use martial weapons. And I was like, fuck it, rogues can use martial weapons. I don't care. Tasha's just totally fucked over like all of the fucking rules for 5e.
Yeah. Gotta get that rapier. No.
Well, that's the one that they gave him for free. You as a rogue you can't use martial weapons, but you get simple weapons or you can use rapiers for some reason.
Yeah.
It's like they just had to give him the rapier.
Yeah, it's for that swashbuckler type
Yeah.
of aspect, you know.
Well, it's the only
Finesse martial
weapon that does a D8.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
What is up, everybody?
How you doing, Tom?
Hello,
Oh,
Tom.
Okay, hello. I have decided what I will be saying once we get to level 6 and I get turned undead.
What are you going to say?
It's from Konosuba.
You are so fucking far away from that.
I know.
I have no idea what Konosuba is.
Or we're really close to it. You never know. Like, depends on what we do.
Either really far.
I feel like it took us a long time to get to level 6 in this campaign.
Yeah, it did. I think. I don't remember.
But we took like a year off because it was right as the pandemic happened.
That's true. Yeah, I might have.
Where are you?
Oh, there he is.
Where's the Ian?
Whacking at his bank or something.
Whacking.
Oh, slack.
Oh, I think this is whacking.
He's at Outback Steakhouse again.
I hope he's not whacking at a bank. That would be
I'm sorry. You're telling me the first thing you wouldn't do when you walked into a vault full of money?
Hey, Nolan, you're Nick's brother, right?
Yeah.
I'm Nick. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I've tuned into the stream a couple times, but yeah.
I've never seen you in person.
Didn't you control Shade once before or something? Or Smoke, I mean.
Whichever rogue I'll be controlling tonight is the one I controlled before.
Okay. I was not able to talk to. Oh, he didn't have time to go over anything, so I think for the purposes of tonight, we'll just go with the +2 to dexterity.
Okay.
On his character, and then he'll figure out what he wants to do when he gets time to. So.
Okay.
He said probably later this week he'll have it figured out. But.
Okay.
Picked Mastermind as his fucking subclass.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, look at this. He's got the 18 charisma.
He likes to transform into everything. Just so you know, he has taken the form of Strahd.
Okay, yeah, I think I heard that story. And actually, considering the other details going along with that, I think he did the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty logical play for that. I wouldn't ever suggest that he turn into Strahd in front of Strahd. That would be bad.
Are we still under Strahd's
No,
glamory influence? Okay, we're not. I couldn't remember.
No, that is gone now.
So do you want me to temporarily bump his dexterity up to 20 then?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just drop it down to 18 at the end of the day.
So, yeah, that should work.
All right.
It's likely what he's gonna end up doing. Because like, there's not a ton of feats for rogues either, so.
I mean, there are a bunch depending on how
there's some, but
depending on how you're playing them, yeah.
Yeah. This is Strahd.
I don't know, like a rogue going up to 20, like getting that extra +1 isn't super necessary, but you know.
No.
It's also not the worst.
Overlord.
It wouldn't kill him to actually put some points in charisma too, honestly.
Alright.
It's already at 18. I mean,
that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think he needs to increase that anymore.
That was one of the feats I was actually going to suggest to him was the what's that? Inspiring leader.
Oh, yeah.
not an amazing feat, but it's something.
I mean, at that rate, just take chef. You know.
Yeah.
You basically can create like small potions for everybody in the form of like a donut.
A donut.
That's pretty much
Alright.
what you make like a donut.
Chef is pretty good, actually. I forgot about that feat.
It has some benefits, but it's like it's the same thing as like inspirational leader, where it's kind of like I don't know, it gives you some health, whatever.
Hey Nick, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm just reading through your comments here.
I message him a lot.
No, it's fine. I'm not too concerned with if you want to drop minor illusion and go with something else. It's your first character. There's going to be a bit of
D100 and you got a 4. Huh?
Cool. So yeah, I think I was gonna drop minor illusion. And I was gonna pick up firebolt.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Thank
that's
you.
a good one.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Silvery barbs magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature, the triggering creature. You can then choose a different creature you can see within range. A creature can be empowered by only one use of this spell at a time. I honestly don't feel like that is too huge of a spell. Where does it come from, though?
Strixhaven.
It's Strixhaven.
The reason people hate it is because DMs were allowing people to abuse it and get super advantage using it. So like.
Oh yeah, no, we don't do super advantage. You only get advantage. That's it.
Yeah.
Plus. So, yeah, that's not a concern of mine. You know, I would also say, you know, given that Nolan's mage in the Rishmallow campaign is very similar to this in certain ways, so I'm not 100%.
So there was silvery barb, and then remember last time.
This id insinuation thing. Now
Yep.
this was a fucking
It's made by
Arcana, right?
Wizards of the Wizards of the Coast, but.
Oh yeah, we've been through this before. Tanner's character was entirely an unearthed Arcana character.
You said we would come back to it, but you first said no to it.
Target must succeed or be incapacitated. Yeah, I mean, it's not a... What level spell is this?
1.
It's a first level spell? 1d12 psychic?
I mean, that's...
So it's Tasha's... It's Tasha's Hideous Laughter that also does 1d12 psychic damage, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think we had this...
Which is pretty strong. Like...
I thought there was one that we ran into with, like, one of Ian's characters or something that did something similar to this.
Because isn't Tasha's a level 2 spell?
No, Tasha's Hideous Laughter is a level 1 spell, but the only thing Tasha's Hideous Laughter does is incapacitate.
Yeah, it makes them fall prone.
If they take damage, it ends the spell's effect, basically.
But it also is a concentration spell.
Yeah, so is Tasha.
This is?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something more OP than something that already exists in the book, I'm a little leery of it.
But since it already is in Tasha's.
Is that in Tasha's or is that in Strixhaven?
No, that's the Arcana.
I mean, I'll just toss out that Witch Bolt is a 1d12 spell, and that's one that you actually have to deal 1d12 each, or an additional d6 after the initial d12 per
and it takes like a it takes your action to do.
This is like on it, right?
This is combining Tasha's with Witch Bolt, and it's wow.
Yeah, let's. I don't mean to piss on your parade, but something about this one just kind of.
It seems way OP.
I'll go with silvery barbs then, and we'll never bring this one up again.
Okay. And yeah, I don't know if it gets released in a later book.
Yeah, no problem.
Then yeah, I would say once it's like officially in a book, Unearthed Arcana, I like to say I'm comfortable with using most of them, but sometimes.
Yeah, no problem. And that is all the questions I had.
Okay.
I appreciate your DMness.
Yes. All right, what's the story on Ian? Let me.
I'd hit him on Discord call, but he didn't answer. So.
Is he working today or what?
Nah, he'd be done by now.
Yeah, he's done at 5.
Okay.
Probably making dinner or something.
Oh yeah.
She's
Girlfriend,
been at least
probably.
20 minutes late, like literally every time.
Yeah, he adopted a couple of kids basically off of his, I guess you could call her sister-in-law, and so he's adjusting to domestic life under
Gotcha.
that particular paradigm. So
Yeah.
Sounds
it's
horrible.
kind of a
I'm just kidding.
yeah. It's seriously like,
You're not far off.
I mean, at least starting at teenager level, you can kind of walk into most of those situations and be like, you're being unreasonable, which means, you know, I kind of have a right to get pissed off right now. With kids, you just feel bad about it because you're like, you're being unreasonable, but you don't even know what reasonable is. So, you know,
Just pick up the Cheerios. That's it.
yeah, just quit fucking with me, all right? Like the option A, option B, you know, and my daughter constantly goes, I don't want to pick either one of those. And I'm like, yeah,
Well,
she put her high chair on her chair at the dinner table today. And Lucy was like, what are you doing? She's like, or she put her car seat on her chair at the dinner table. So she sets her car seat up there. And it's got like the high wing back on it and everything. And Lucy goes, what are you doing? And she goes, I'm the king.
Fucking right on.
Like, we all started laughing, and then she got really self-conscious, and I'm like, no, it was cute. It was funny because it was cute, you know. And she's like, oh, then yes, I am the king. And you know,
Now she's gonna be calling you peasant.
That one
Bow
might
to me,
rule the
peasant.
world one day.
Snapping her fingers and going, Dad, milk
Oh,
now.
no, that already happens, right? There's a lot of excuse me. She goes, I don't want to say please, and I'm like, I don't want to get your milk anyway. So
So neither of us are happy.
there we have it. You know, no, I'll be happy. I'll be happy to not get your milk. You know, saving me the trouble.
And I did take the mobile feat for my
Mobile.
ability.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
Mobile's a good one.
Especially me
All right.
being a melee rogue.
Yeah, I think that's a good trade-off right there.
It's terrible.
What's the matter?
Are you dual wielding at all?
I am dual wielding.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really good one then.
We need to get you some magic swords, though.
I have the
Magic.
silver sword.
You have a silver
he's
sword.
got a
I
You have
changed
silver
it. I changed it.
A Siver.
Silver.
cyber sword. It's not the singeing sword.
Niblau,
It's the
niblau,
singing
silver.
sword.
Oh god, the singing sword. No.
All right. Well, if everybody's comfortable with it, we can just start without Ian. And if there's any combat, running a barbarian isn't too hard, I think.
Rage,
just have 'em die.
swing,
Rage,
swing.
fight. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
and
you
I
can-
did
you
have-
can make
I-
it difficult.
I had one question, Nick.
Yeah.
So these scrolls of protection, how do they work that I got?
Scrolls of protection. Oh, right. Damn. What have you? That is a really great question. To be honest, I'm not used to doling out loot to people and then them being interested in using it. At least, unless it's a magic item or a magic weapon. You know, then they're like, oh yeah, of course I'm gonna use it. But
What are you talking about? I spent like half a campaign at least trying to give people the random vials that I found, or the random like food and shit that I'd find. Like, here, drink this.
Zip. Let's not go into that just yet.
And in Nolan's campaign, fucking Lockjaw started putting everything in that bag of holding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it worked out.
Yeah, that's true. You
And the
had to
bag
stop
of
and
holding is
harvest
just like a
everything.
magical thing where we can just put all of our shit, right?
Yes.
Pretty much. Like,
Up to a certain amount.
Yep,
yeah.
up to a certain point. But yeah, mostly just all of our shit. Do we have one in this
I've-
campaign?
Not yet.
No.
Hopefully we find one.
Don't.
I've literally
All
never
right.
seen anyone hit the limit. of like the bag of holdings. It's like 500 pounds or some shit.
I think once you start making enough gold and you don't find a way to either bank it, you know.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, I think we came pretty close in Falcone because we were just stockpiling weapons for a while.
Yeah, you did unload quite a bit of fucking swords and plate mail to that dwarf guy.
Oh, okay.
I wish it was plate.
All right, so that scroll tube should just contain a single scroll of protection from undead.
Okay.
So,
how does that work?
You can try and cast a spell from a scroll. Basically becomes a one-time use thing. This is not something I've had a lot of experience with. So we're going to go on a journey of discovery together.
I like that.
I think every time we've gotten a scroll in other campaigns, we've ended up transcribing it into spell form.
Yeah, throwing it in somebody's spell book, right?
I was gonna say, things like that you should let me take a peep at.
I gave somebody a spell book that we couldn't read. It was in some other language or something.
But the scroll, if you give it to probably the necromancer, he could probably learn it as a spell and put it in his spell book and then use it more than once. Whereas if you cast it from the scroll, it's one-time use and done.
Is this true?
Yes.
So
after I inscribe it, and I have to have gold to inscribe it, I have to have a currency to describe it. I think it's like 50 gold or something like that.
The level 1 spell, it's like 50 gold.
Yeah.
1 hour, 50 gold.
It's quite expensive to do, but after I transcribe it, you get the scroll back. It's not like it steals the magic essence of the scroll. So
yeah, well, if you got 50 gold, I'll give it to you.
I mean,
we might have to pool the party's resources to come up with 50 gold.
That is not the prime thing.
So, like the main, I guess the main thing with these spell scrolls is if it's in your class's spell list, you can read it. If it's not in your class's spell list, you can't read it at all. It's basically unintelligible. So like you have no capability of casting this.
What if you have comprehend language?
This isn't a language. This is like magical.
Oh, so they're pretty much useless to me, anyways. Then, right?
All right.
Yeah,
so
effectively.
here's what I'm reading from 139 in the DMG. A scroll is a consumable magic item. Unleashing the magic in a scroll requires using an action to read the scroll. When its magic has been invoked, the scroll can't be used again. Its words fade or it crumbles into dust. Unless the scroll's description says otherwise, any creature that can understand a written language can read the script on a scroll and attempt to activate it. Now, there should be a roll on this.
You just have to be literate.
Well, it's a D10 plus the spell's level, but this is what I was seeing. Was
yeah.
If the spell scroll is on your class's spell list, you can read this scroll and cast the spell without providing material components. Otherwise, the scroll is unintelligible.
Yep. Okay. Is that in the DMG? 'Cause I know there's a few spots where they bring it up.
This is the item for spell scroll. So.
Okay. Yep. All right. One sec. I'll get there.
Nolan, I like your mic, man.
Hey, I like your mic too.
Nice.
Nolan, I like your headphones.
Yeah, I like it too.
Everyone seriously got the same shit. All right.
Yeah, the HyperX.
All right, does anyone have the Logitech 920S webcam?
Webcam? Yeah, I think that's the one I got too.
Okay. All right.
I got the Logitech Stream Cam or whatever.
All right. Close enough.
I got the Keo Pro streamer cam.
My dick's bigger.
I have whatever mom had lying around here.
I'm running on a really shitty Samsung phone.
It flips and it's still got buttons.
No.
But yeah, Nick, the scrolls aren't a big deal. If I can't even read them, I'll just give them to the necromancer.
Well, it sounds like you can actually attempt to cast them.
I don't know. The spell scroll description here actually makes a lot more sense to me. So it's got to be. Yeah. It's got to. So essentially, what it says is, if the spell is on your class's spell list, you can read the scroll and cast its spell without providing any material components. Otherwise, the scroll is unintelligible. Casting the spell by reading the scroll requires the spell's normal casting time. Once the spell is cast, the words on the scroll fade and it crumbles to dust. If the casting is interrupted, the scroll is not lost. If the spell is on your class's spell list, but of a higher level you can normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability to determine whether you cast it successfully. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a failed check, the spell disappears from the scroll with no other effect. The level of the spell on the scroll determines the spell's saving throw DC and attack bonus, as well as the scroll's rarity as shown in the spell scroll table. So I think this is really kind of the more actual rule set that was kind of built around spell scrolls. So
Okay.
I would say I'd be comfortable honoring that one.
And that makes sense because like you don't have any ability to cast a spell, so be like, oh, I read these random words off a scroll, and all of a sudden.
Klatu, verbatu, niktu.
Yeah. Like, oh shit.
I said the words. I said them. Maybe not every syllable.
Putting spell incantations in here. All right.
Careful, you'll start another satanic panic.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
Okay. Any other housekeeping anybody needs to go over for their level?
Nope, not me.
I have a question about the last encounter we had.
Why am I not surprised?
I know.
Go on.
But so when I rolled my perception roll to find out how many of the vampires or whatever they were jumped out of the building,
Yeah.
I only heard 4. Now, did I get 2 wisps of whatever from those 2 dying, or no? Because if I did not, then they didn't die to me, right?
It's possible. The real question I would push back on you with is, how many windows were broken by you and the party before you left?
You can't count past 3.
So,
So,
And if he takes his
Doesn't mean
pants
they,
off.
but basically, did I get wisps or not for Grim Harvest?
no.
Okay.
No, you did not.
Okay.
No, there's definitely still very much 6 angry vampires that we just set loose on the populace of the city for sure.
And they were already loose. They weren't nailed down in those crates.
You don't know. They might just want to party, bud.
Just party.
maybe
dude.
they were just trying to sleep and came in there and made
We
them
just
angry.
woke them up and they were cranky. How would you feel
Yeah.
if you were sleeping and somebody
He's
just
not
busts into your
snarling.
house?
He's sneezing.
He's sneezing.
Yeah.
Then I noticed
That
she had
guy's
them,
just working out.
this little girl in this neighborhood, but that book, something's up.
Or do I owe her apology?
All right. Let's go ahead and shoot for the recap then.
Yep.
As you all recall, the party made their way to Valaki, and upon arriving, headed towards the Blue Water Inn. There they met the Mardukov family who runs the inn. Everybody was pretty beat up from fighting and a long day's journey. It probably didn't have to be as long as it was, but we don't judge, right? Beyond that, everyone got a rest in, and then sort of got up and started to, mingle with the folk about. They learned various things about the area. Most pressingly, that Father Lucian at the church in town was a bit distraught and potentially requiring help. So the group, being the helpful sort that they are, unless there's a kid about to be abducted, made their way to the church and spoke with Father Lucian. And he informed the party that the church's sacred relic, the bones of Saint Andrel, had been stolen secretly. He suspected Milivoy, the gravedigger. When the party went and confronted Milivoy, he was pretty obstinate about his innocence until finally someone succeeded on an intimidation check and was able to get the information out of him. He had essentially sold these to the coffin maker, Henrik Vandervoort, when he told Vandervoort about the existence of these bones. When the group made their way to the coffin shop, the coffin maker was, of course, less than willing to visit with the party, who then busted their way into the building. The old man then sort of surrendered and told the party exactly where the bones were being hidden. That this Malagar made his way upstairs, went and got the bones, and then curiosity got the best of him as he made his way into the extra room and began to search the crates. As he did, he found only dirt, and then a hand springing out and clenching his own wrist. At this, several more vampires sprung from the crates, and the young Malagar was assailed. Shouting for help, he tried to get his party to come and assist him. When they came booking up the stairs and started trying to fight their way into the room, they realized that they faced a very difficult quarry. And instead, the group basically tried to help Malagar stay alive and coax him into jumping out the window, which he did, barely escaping with his life.
Barely.
I'm sensing a trend with Malagar and Windows.
Yeah, I was about to say, wasn't it Malagar that jumped out the other window?
Yeah.
Listen,
Belly flopping to the ground.
Yep.
he's from the Underdark, you guys. They don't have these things, all right? Like,
Druid.
they live in fucking caves,
Straight
man.
up.
Like,
Wow. Hey, whoa. Menzo Baranzan's down there, all right?
yeah, fair enough.
There are
But
a couple big cities down there.
sure.
Does dark vision see through windows?
The reflective nature
1
confuses
millimeter
him.
of plate glass will prevent dark vision.
No, but they were covered in dirt. Was how the book lists them.
Well,
so
it's because I crit failed on it.
there's that, which is
As well.
and it's okay. I mean, at that point, you've already invested in the act. What are you gonna do? Sit there and be like, you know what? I'm gonna climb back down. This is a bad idea. Forget it. You know. Probably a good way to stay alive longer, but it's not nearly as entertaining. The group basically cheesed it right out of the coffin maker's shot. Some escaping through the main floor door, some just jumping out the window. Looked like the scene in the Sandlot where the whole thing was about to blow up, right? And everybody's just jumping out of the tree for it, you know? Anyway, at that, they had successfully gotten their hands on the bones of St. Andrel, and nobody had died, thankfully. At which point they made their way back to the church and returned them to Father Lucian, who thanked them. And that's sort of where we left off. The party is now at the church.
And we're all hurt very badly.
Very badly, yes.
So I suggest long rest.
Definitely need a rest immediately.
Immediately. Who's
Well,
taking?
good thing the priest said we could stay here at the church as a sanctuary, huh?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Nolan, he has currently been masquerading as one of the town gate guards.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And then
Alright.
additionally also, Ismark has also agreed to pay for your rooms while you're in town as
oh,
well.
At the inn.
I think we should crash right here and not even risk the walk to the inn currently. Let's just sleep
I'm like,
in the church.
This
Yeah.
is hallowed ground.
Yep.
all right, who's taking first watch? I'll take the third watch.
I am going to
4
give
hours.
everybody a delicious koan.
Oh, thank you.
It's got the juice.
A what?
No, it's a
Did you say colon?
corn.
Oh.
It's corn.
Oh, good berries. Nice.
It
Everybody
has
gets 1
the
HP.
juice.
Oh, you're a fucking ranger, right? It's like, no.
I'm
You're not
glad
a
I
fucking
didn't.
druid, dude.
No.
I'm glad I didn't take that.
No.
Okay. And Father Lucian also says, sort of explains to you, like, I will be performing tasks around the church. It is only early afternoon, late morning, really. If you need to rest, I will be up, awake, and in the proximity. I can keep an eye out for you if you like.
He can also keep an eye out, but we'll be setting our own watches anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who's gonna be on first watch?
I'll take first.
Okay.
Everybody does not have to consume ration today.
I'll
Yep.
do second, I guess.
Okay.
Let's do it.
And then I'll take the rest.
Sounds good to me. All right, Trogdor, as everyone kind of just finds a comfy corner in the church, go ahead and give me a perception check.
First thing I do is guide myself.
There you go.
Why did
Wisely done.
where the fuck is guidance? There it is.
Yeah,
Guidance.
and that's fine. Go ahead and make your
Okay.
D4. You're gonna need it.
I didn't. That wasn't my perception roll.
That was my perception.
God damn it, Corey! Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Nature.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why did it roll nature?
Why did you click nature?
I didn't click nature.
I mean,
Nature
it
is
thinks
right
you
above
did.
perception.
There we go.
Oh,
Oh, that was even
yes.
better. All right. Where's my D4? There. Give me the D4. There. I'll take it.
There you go. It's over 10.
You know, it's you wouldn't know this. It's all kinds of churchy in here. You know,
Humans.
place is very, yeah, it's very well kept. Sort of like, you know, you get the impression that the man responsible for this place, this Father Lucian, you know, really doesn't have a great deal to do, and so in his downtime, he and the boy who lives here just kind of clean this place a lot. It has a weird smell, likely due to the stuff that they're burning constantly.
Man and
you
boy
never-
live together in weird smelling, very clean place. Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's and you wouldn't know this because you're not really used to society, but this is most commonly described as being rather churchy. You know.
Okay.
You find it peculiar, but
Do I
no
find
one
it
else in your party seems to.
do I find it at all comforting, or do I find it just like unsettlingly odd?
Yes and no. You know, a lot of this land, this Barovia, has kind of a worn quality to it. Everything is. You've seen a lot of, you know, instances of roofs sort of caving in and houses sort of under the sort of auspices of like rot and that sort of thing. This place, it's kind of refreshing that it's so well tended. You know, and you don't have a lot of experience with this, so you're not entirely certain if this is sort of the exception or the rule here. But there is something about the fact that it is so well kept and well maintained. And you do get the feeling that Father Lucian is very much a decent person. He seems very much to prioritize trying to look out for those who can't look out for themselves. And he doesn't bat an eye at the concept of you needing to take refuge in his church, and he doesn't question it, and he doesn't you know, take any particular issue with you doing so. So it kind of does come off as being quite I don't know what is. Hang on.
All hell is breaking loose.
Yeah, can you hear that? Like,
Yeah.
But it does sort of give a bit of a relaxing feeling, and you do kind of let your guard down a little bit as you sort of lean against the wall and kind of you know, find yourself kind of cleaning the dirt out from between your claws and this sort of thing, looking around as you watch, you know, Father Lucian sort of sweeping and you know, cleaning and dusting, and the boy sort of going around and lighting candles, and occasionally you see almost as if Father Lucian starts to sort of chant or sing, and then notice that, and then realize, oh wait, there are people trying to sleep here, and he sort of stops, and continues about the upkeep of the building. For the most part, the 2 hours go by pretty easily. It starts to rain outside as early afternoon kind of makes its way into mid-afternoon, at which point you sort of reach over and wake up Smoke and find yourself a nice perch to lie down and take your rest in. Smoke, as you are awakened, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Wow.
Solid.
So,
Crushing it, Corey.
I know. Getting the bad ones out of the way.
That's fair. You hope. Smoke, as you kind of look around, everything about this place since you've gotten here has been utterly fucking primitive. People still travel by horse and cart. The food is borderline barbaric. None of these hovels are lit by anything other than torchlight. Maybe oil lamp in some spots, but nothing of the comforts of Eberron. Even slightly reminiscent here. This is a backwood for sure. And you take very little comfort in this place, which makes it very easy for you to maintain your head on a swivel type mentality as you kind of keep watching around the windows and the doors. You don't get the sense that there's any real danger. It's slightly darker outside since the clouds sort of started to actually congeal and rain down upon the village. But for the most part, you get the sense that you're mostly safe. You don't see, hear, or take any note of any sort of danger or calamity nearby. Your 2 hours pass as well, and you sort of reach over and wake up Malagar. Malagar, as you kind of sit up, go ahead and give me a perception check. Okay.
Hey, I got above a 10.
There you go. Malagar, as you look around, it's better than being out in the open. It's been a while since you obviously emerged from the Underdark, but the fear of being just sucked up into the sky for you is still a tangible thing. There's just what's up there, what's at the top of all of it? Where does it all go? It's just weird to think that there's nothing at the top sort of collecting things, right? But the safety of this church is somewhat comforting. It's stone, mostly. You kind of observe the priest and the young altar boy as they move around different areas of the church and sort of clean it. And as the sun kind of starts to move further and further to the west, you have a difficult time kind of telling what time of day it is. The rain has sort of maintained its steady downpour. And you can see now folks starting to file into the church. And as they do, you can see several of them sort of shaking their cloak off, the father greeting them and directing them to pews and this sort of thing. And many of them just sort of sit down, and you can see they almost seem to be intent on camping here, much like yourselves. You can see they pull bundles out and they sit down in the pews and they start unpacking a meal, or they start, pulling out a pillow and lying down in the pew. Some folks bring children and they all sort of try and enjoy a meal together inside the church, whereas others very much seem transfixed in prayer. You even hear one particular person who just sort of makes her way towards one of the pews and starts to pray, but then just gives way to sobbing. As the afternoon progresses into evening and folks start making their way into the church, you kind of get the feeling that they're here for the evening. And Father Lucian doesn't turn anyone away. He doesn't seem to take any issue at the fact that, these people are probably going to be wanting to stay here all night. He instead just sort of makes his way around, tries to comfort people, brings about water, prays with people, this sort of thing. And the next couple of hours are sort of a weird lesson in human interaction for you. For the next couple of hours, go ahead and make a separate perception roll. Okay. As the afternoon finally gives way to proper evening and night, over the next couple of hours, there are yet more people who make their way into the church. It all becomes a bit distracting, and it's difficult to see what's going on outside at this point as it's gotten somewhat dark. You kind of peer through the glass, and you can see some folks kind of moving about, directing horses or this sort of thing, trying to get where they're going for the evening. But over the next couple of hours, the streets kind of start to empty out altogether. You can see very little is actually moving outside throughout the village. As you do, you can see there's quite a healthy collection of people here in the church, roughly close to 12, possibly 15. The only real thing that kind of distracts you is the constant sobbing of the woman praying, and it kind of constantly gets you looking back in her direction and be like, what is your fucking problem, lady? Zolotov also has kind of woken up at this point. You can see he's sort of studying his spell book and practicing somatic gestures and reciting words that make absolutely no sense to you whatsoever. Likewise, you can see the construct Shade just sort of standing there, and he's perfectly still, but you can see his eyes sort of moving about the room as he stands there, or what you assume to be his eyes. Its eyes. And as the evening finally sets in and the rain continues its sort of chorus outside, everyone finally comes to. I would say everybody now has the benefit of a long rest. And is entirely awake. Shade, as you kind of go about handing good berries out, you can see a lot of people sort of looking at you suspiciously, quite suspiciously, as you first approach. Go ahead and just give me a general charisma check.
Oh, yeah. Oh, very nice. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
That is not a nat one.
You can see a lot of people just sort of like doing this to you. It isn't long before Father Lucian sort of starts to catch wind of what's going on, and he makes his way over to you with sort of an offering basket and just sort of suggests maybe we put these in here for folk who come in and want to partake. And you kind of get the feeling that he might have an easier time distributing these than you.
Okay.
I guess Malagar goes over to that crying girl or woman and asks, why is she so unconsolable?
No. We don't do that here.
Yeah.
Ryan, is Ryan here?
Say again now?
I think he said it was an old lady.
Oh, Well,
interest
then-
are off by about 25%.
Yeah, but not entirely.
Yeah, no,
but not
obviously.
entirely.
Go to.
As you approach the woman, you say, "Old woman,
Why thou be bitching?
Brown.
I didn't walk away, baby. I'm coming.
We have gooseberries. Why are you crying?
Hey, Ian,
Hi.
that's a
um,
nice tooth you have.
Thank you.
go ahead and make a persuasion check, Malagar."
Ooh, okay.
Nice pick you have there, Thomas.
Why, thank you.
Actually, you know what? It's a horrible pick. Fuck
Not a
that
very good
place.
persuasion.
Yeah, fuck that place.
She kind of continues to sob as you approach. You get the feeling that your bedside manner is not super great, but she sort of stops for a minute and tries to dry her eyes, and in between the sort of gasping sobs, she explains that her son, who was a local shoemaker here in town, was recently imprisoned, and she fears for his safety and for his health.
Why is your son in prison?
And go ahead and just make a separate persuasion check.
You want to slap guidance on me, Trogdor?
I was just gonna say, do I notice what Malagar is doing?
Yeah, I wouldn't make you make a perception check on this. You can see
Okay.
what your
Then-
party's doing as they move around this place.
Then I'll walk up and just kind of lay my hand on his shoulder and nod to the woman reassuringly, and slip guidance on him as I do.
Okay.
Nice. Doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. And as you kind of sit down and you kind of stop what you're doing and you really just kind of like look at her, and you can tell that your new switch in demeanor really kind of puts her at ease, and she sort of stops and she calms down a little bit. She starts to dry her eyes, and she says, well, he spoke out against the burgomaster, against his festivals, and for this he was imprisoned. The next morning, the burgomaster's enforcer came to our home and took him. And at first he was in the stocks, but then he disappeared from the stocks. Now I don't know where he is or what could have happened to him, and I fear that the worst may have happened.
What is your opinion on the burgomaster?
I'd like to insight check this woman.
Yeah, okay.
I smell a trap.
I mean,
I did. I don't know. Never mind.
You don't, Trogdor, as you kind of observe this woman as she's speaking with Malagar, she seems entirely forthcoming, especially since Malagar has seemingly kind of really put her at ease and made her feel comfortable talking about it. You don't get the sense of an ulterior motive or an agenda at all. She is in fact, to put it in ways that Trogdor really understands, she is a scared sheep who has lost her lamb. And she has absolutely no agency or control in fixing that. At least that's the impression you get off of her. Malagar, as you ask your question, she sort of, her eyes begin to dart left and right, and her voice kind of gets a bit quieter. And she says, "We're not particularly allowed to speak ill of the burgomaster or his festivals, and that is why what happened to my son has happened. I I would say more, but I'm not entirely certain I should.
And then Malgar asks what these festivities are all about. Why are they so important to the burgomaster?
She says, I do not know. It just, some time ago he decided that there needed to be festivals, and we all needed to pretend to be happy and hopeful, and those who didn't agree with this suddenly found themselves, shall we say, not in his good graces. You would have to ask him yourself. In all honesty, I do not entirely know what the point of these festivals are. This is not exactly a safe or happy place for people to live in. He has no love for Count Strahd. I know this much. But I do not know what he hopes to accomplish or how he thinks he can defeat Strahd with these festivals. And I find... And she just kind of stops and reflects for a minute and then begins to sob a little more and says, I just want my son back.
Alright, Malgar says, I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to my companions and see if we can get your son back for you.
And at this, she kind of begins to just uncontrollably sob, and she grabs at your hand, and she kisses your hand, and she just immediately Nolan, I have yet to play a game of D&D where you don't play a sociopath. I'm concerned.
I'm sorry, isn't Smoke kind of a sociopath?
No, I think he's a good alignment.
Is he? It's blank. I take to mean neutral at least.
Yeah, I think he was in the.
He's got to fill that out, especially if he's going to need people playing for him.
I feel like
he's been on the semi-altruistic side.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's been fairly altruistic, so I'd say he's definitely leaning towards good.
So Malagar goes back to the
He
group.
definitely doesn't like show niceties to people who don't deserve it though either. So like,
yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of
or people that he views as not.
Yeah, I mean, neutral probably wouldn't be a bad alignment, but I would also say
that's still
neutral good or chaotic good might not also be bad for him either. You know,
very literal. The woman's checking. Just wants to know if her son's dead.
That's
so
fair.
Malagar goes back to the group and relays the information he got from her and asks if we want to go to the Burgomaster's mansion and go talk to the master and maybe see if her son's there.
Do we not have enough to occupy our time already? Now we must intercede with weeping humans too weak to protect their own.
Well, I want to go talk to this guy nevertheless, so I mean, if her son's there, then her son's there, but if not, who cares?
What else do we have on our plate, really, other than, surviving against Strahd? What?
Why?
Why are you detecting portal?
Because I can.
Zolotov will put his hand out to Malagar, be like, "Hey, didn't you find some amulets or something in that cart as well?"
So what I did find is I found wooden holy symbols.
With silver inlays and the Dawn Father, weren't they?
Yep. I found some gemstones. I do have 3 wooden stakes that I have. Some garlic, jar of salt, box of holy waters.
You gave me the prayer book out of there.
I gave you the book because I couldn't read it.
Wasn't there a sack of cash too? Or electrum?
Yeah, why would I give that out?
No, I just want one of the holy symbols.
Let's see, 3 of the wood. All right, you can have one.
Okay, thanks, dude.
Yeah, the rest of that shit we'll need the next time we come across a vampire, but...
Yeah, I got and a polished mirror. 6 gemstones, which I think I just sell those, I think.
Let
You
me
should...
get the mirror.
Does anybody want to? I have 3 wooden stakes. Does anybody want one?
We should probably spread those out. But you should start using that mirror to, like, check the reflections of people we meet.
For sure, for sure.
Also,
But,
check corners.
So we didn't go to the toy shop yet, and we didn't go to the mansion. We went to the church. Went to.
Why were we wanting to go to the toy shop?
Just to go see it.
But
Zolotov was on board to just go see this toy shop, but I don't think anyone actually needed anything from there. It was kind of more of a macabre thing that we were thinking of doing.
I have a quick question for the DM.
Yes.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
Am I still -10 temporary hit points?
No.
No.
No, we got a full rest in.
Okay, and also, am I correct that we hit level 4 at the end of last session?
Yes.
You sure are.
Oh, okay. I didn't do that yet. My apologies, but I'll work on that.
No.
but
he do the health for? Did he actually level his character?
I think I
for smoke.
might have done.
We did all the health stuff last session. That was anytime we level, I try and do that the session where it happens.
Yeah,
So
I'm pretty sure I did
one
that.
too, which seems right for rogue.
Yeah.
So the mansion is in the south central part of town.
Let's head to South Central.
I'm down. What time of day is it, Nick?
It is night.
What time of night is it?
Early night. Probably just past dinner time. It's dark and it's raining.
The night is dark and full of terrors. Let's go.
Do you guys want to just do a quick time lapse and chill out in the church until daytime, or do we want to go to the mansion right now?
Nighttime and daytime don't really matter too much in this realm, right?
Hey, I'm a rogue. I do well in the night, so I'm ready to go.
I think I might be the only one in the group that does not have night vision or dark vision.
I don't either.
Okay. Well then,
I can cast dancing lights and have them.
I can produce flame, which
show our where we're at all times. Is what dancing lights does.
Oh yeah, there goes Zolotov. You asked the preacher.
Good
idea.
I don't think anything that we're gonna fight in this realm is gonna have any problem seeing us in complete darkness. So
we'll probably be all right within town. It's probably still a bad idea to travel at night, though.
YOLO.
I mean, kind of. Sabito has lived twice. He died and was resurrected.
All right, so we staying or we going?
Well, I think we need to find a direction. So
South Central.
Was Sabito in Rishmalo?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't recognize the name because you didn't call him Sparrow.
You might be muted, Nick.
You guys always just call him the Stinky Hobo.
Well, the Stinky Hobo or Sparrows, much like Ian's character is just named Jack.
Jack.
Ryan is
Jacques.
the horny one.
Jack, yeah,
Jack.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking
Malgar
about?
tells the.
But can the preacher tell me anything about the holy symbol?
Oh, that's right.
What deity it's for? If he's even seen this symbol before?
Yeah. As you kind of bring it up to him, he sort of looks at it and he kind of runs his fingers over it and he says, "This is dedicated to the Morning Lord."
Oh, okay.
Oh, and that would be?
You are not familiar with the Morning Lord?
No, I am familiar with Salune, and I'll show him. I'll turn my back to him and show him the shield. Sign of Salune. But I don't know of the Morning Lord.
And he kind of looks at the symbol on the shield and he says, "You are not from around here, are you, friend?"
No.
Is there Superman?
Your gods are strange to us here, as it seems ours are to you. The Morning Lord is the giver of life, the protector. We worship him in defiance of Mother Night, who is sort of the antithesis of the Morning Lord. Mother Night craves the dark and all the evil things that hide in her embrace. The Morning Lord offers protection, sanctity. It is his protection under which you slumber currently.
Malagar saw Zolotov take the holy symbol to the preacher and brings the other two and asks the same question, what he thinks of these.
I think they're the same, yes?
It says three holy symbols. I don't know if they're the same or not.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Okay.
He looks over them both, the other two, and he says, "Yes, this one is also a symbol of the Morning Lord. This one is dedicated to a different god. I have seen it before, but I do not know the deity in specific. We do not worship anything other than the Morning Lord here, except those blasphemous enough to worship Mother Night."
Okay.
Is it on a chain? Is it on a rope? Is it on anything of that nature? Is it just held?
One of them is sort of on a little piece of twine that's been tied up. The other two are without any sort of, what have you, but have clasps where it could be affixed or that if you wanted to and had the means to.
Is it one of the Morning Lord ones that's on the twine, or the unknown one?
It's one of the Morning Lord ones that's on the twine.
All right. And then Malagar turns to the party and says, I just had like 4 cups of coffee. I'm ready to go. Let's go raid the mansion.
Hey man, it's like 9 o'clock at night. I think we hit up the tavern, drink for the evening, and we'll pick this up in the morning.
All right. I could put Bailey's in my coffee.
Yeah. It's just mixer coffee. You mean people drink this stuff without alcohol?
Alright, so we're gonna go outside. We're gonna risk going outside to go to the tavern, but we're not gonna risk going outside to go to the mansion.
Oh, it's later.
It seems rude to go knocking on a mansion door at this late hour.
Oh, I didn't say anything about knocking on doors.
Where we're going, we don't need doors.
I'm good at windows. I'm real good at windows.
You sold me.
All we need is a catapult and a rogue.
We paint him red and put a smiley face on his belly too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Think happy thoughts. All right.
Being in a catapult would make me really happy.
I'll do 1 vote here for the mansion. Anybody else?
Trogdor is definitely down for action over drinking.
Oh, we need to find more information.
Zolotov is running out of days to save the Shook. It has been 2.5 days. We need to get moving.
It's only been 2.5 days?
Yes.
That's
Felt like months.
3 for action.
Nobody?
All right.
Yeah, I'll vote for the mansion.
All right. Let's go to the mansion.
4 for action. Alright, I do have a quick question that doesn't really matter either way, but will you let me do a little bit of flavor text with my conjure flame and have it be like a bluish color instead of a normal flame color, since I'm a white dragon?
I have no issues with that.
Awesome. Alright, as we exit the church,
But
I
white dragons are ice.
I know, that's why I wanted it to be blue. Because
But
it's
it's hot.
cold fire.
What about white fire?
Blue flame is actually the hottest flame that there is.
I thought white was.
White. Yeah.
I wanted it to be blue, goddammit.
Oh, that's
Alright.
cool. Corey's not the fucking DM.
Alright.
Right? Like, as much as he wants you to
As-
think
I was
otherwise.
just messing with him.
As we exit the
Know
church,
that in 5e
Keep it up, it's
lore,
about to be
vampires
pink
are
fire.
scared of
That's
blue.
strange. Blue dragons normally breathe lightning.
I produce
Blue
flame
white dragon.
It's lightning fire!
and have it float above my head
All right.
to provide
Let's go
light
on.
as we go.
As you all sort of.
Green light. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. It's okay.
Okay, no,
It's
let's
alright.
let the dumb comments continue.
Yeah.
Green light actually provides the most light. Like if you're in a low light environment, so you should really be doing a green flame. Just saying.
I make it purple just so we can sing Prince songs in the rain.
Whatever, man. Like, the guy was an amazing musician. I love
He
Raspberry
was, but
Beret
that song
like,
sucked.
yeah, that song wasn't awesome. Except
What about
I saw him do that live, right? And he like came out with his guitar that was shaped like his symbol, and my God, like over the outro, he would just fucking shred. It was like disgusting how awesome he was on a guitar.
Amazing.
And he's just like casually strutting down the stage as he's doing this, and it's like, dude, I couldn't even shred like that to begin with, but just to do like my best guitar work, I'm sitting there perfectly still, like staring blankly forward, just like pursing my lips, right? Like, and Prince is just like, he's like throwing picks out into the crowd and pulling a new one off his thing, and like, it's like, God damn, dude, yeah, dude was amazing, absolutely amazing. Don't fucking talk shit about Prince, all right?
He's good at
Man's a
basketball, too.
Minnesota treasure, motherfucker.
That's right. God damn it! They made the whole Stone Arch
Cleanse
Bridge
yourself.
purple in the
No,
waters
go
of Lake
cleanse yourself in the
Minnetonka.
waters of
Yeah,
Lake
yeah.
Minnetonka.
Go pure.
Purify yourself.
Don't fucking do that anymore.
No, not anymore.
No,
Yeah,
that's
all
kind
right.
of like trying to go to Mandalore to bathe in the living waters.
But the
All right.
Mythosaur.
We are on our way to the mansion.
Yep. With our path being lit by a wonderful blue flame.
Tales of eons past tell of the blue flame guiding the light against the vampire.
Yeah, what he
Sorry.
said.
Mandalorian stuff.
I feel like the living waters is probably just Mythrosaur pee.
Makes sense. That's
surely
seeing the season 3
blaspheme,
Mandalorian.
sir. Surely you blaspheme. At this, the party sets out from the church. The streets are dark and empty. The rain comes down rather steadily. It's the sort of thing where after being out in it in a few minutes, you're close to being mostly drenched, those of you that aren't wearing a cloak. Naturally, Shade is unbothered by this and just sort of continues completely drenched as it moves through the streets. The rest of you...
I'm making ice umbrella. To go with my blue flame. Oh, I can't have that many cantrips running at once. Never mind.
I mean,
I'll just deal with
you can
the.
have it your way, man, but you gotta...
I'll just deal with the. I'll deal with
You
the
know-
rain to keep the torch up.
Running water melts ice, anyways. Would probably be the worst umbrella ever.
I mean, I do have a leather duster to keep the rain off of my long sleeve tunic, as written in my bio.
Okay. Perfectly
that
cool by me. I'm cool with it. As you move through the streets of the town of Vallaki, you can see First and
From
foremost,
Dublin.
it's very contrasting to the village of Barovia. Most of these buildings appear to be a little bit more well maintained than a good majority of the ones in the village of Barovia. You can even see sort of lights from within. You can see as you walk through the streets, folks sort of like parting curtains and looking out at you, sort of shedding just a little bit of candlelight or lamplight out onto the street as they do. Very few folk are out in the street right now outside of the guards themselves, and even the guards sort of travel in pairs as they move about the place. I would say everyone can go ahead and make a perception check.
Question. Is Smoke still impersonating a guard or whatnot?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Unless you've chosen to switch it.
No, I don't think you'd have a reason to really change it up.
Nice.
Unless we run into that particular guard.
Well, then we kill him. All right, Corey? It's simple. And then I rip his face off and I put it on my face. I want to take his face
off.
You are not Rocco.
Take his face off.
Tiny surgery.
All right. As you all begin to kind of move through the streets, more and more folk seem to almost entirely avoid you. Many of them sort of make their way towards their going. You can see some of them just making their way indoors, finally. At this point, it's proper night, and the streets are mostly empty outside of the occasional guards you see here and there. For some reason, you still Smoke, Shade, Trogdor. You get the distinct impression that there's someone milling about nearby. You hear the occasional footstep that sort of sounds out of place among the raindrops, but only slightly. As you sort of stop and actually really try and catch wind of what it is you're hearing, you hear nothing but the rain. But then as you continue forward, occasionally you still hear something that sort of gives you the feeling that there's someone else walking about, someone only just outside of your reach.
I'm gonna try and maybe skirt closer to the buildings and keep the group within sight, but split off a little bit.
I was gonna do the same.
Okay. You each find that as you kind of start to do so, you are losing pace with the rest of the party. You're sort of now following at a distance. Malagar, you try and kind of keep that pace a little bit, and it does cut into your ability to hide to a certain degree. But Smoke, you are kind of trailing at about somewhere between 30 to 40 feet at this point, and the gap is kind of starting to widen. It's not a great deal of concern because as the group sort of rounds a few more city blocks and makes their way down a few more streets, as you're kind of starting to lose them, even though you are aware of the fact that you can still hear those errant footsteps occasionally nearby, the group stops at what appears to be the Burgomaster's mansion, and you sort of see before you a rather large building, well lit from the inside. Let me get you a description here.
Yeah, before that, Malagar does have dark vision. Can he look around and see anything out of the ordinary?
Go ahead and make another perception check.
100 foot.
Jesus.
You kind of stop and you do take notice of Smoke very much stopping and sort of listening occasionally, and it's unsettling because you get the feeling that he's hearing something that you're not really aware of, and you sort of stop and start to listen as well, but you can't hear anything over the sound of the rain.
Man, you gotta change your dice color.
And as the two of you continue to kind of sneak along the sides of the buildings, you can see now the group ahead of you is now kind of paused and is standing before the large building that is the Burgomaster's mansion. This mansion has walls of plastered stone that display many scars where the plaster has fallen away from age and neglect. Drapes cover every window, including a large arched opening above the mansion's double entrance doors. With this, I would.
Fuck is that?
This one ugly motherfucker.
Is that the Burgomaster?
Oh yeah, he hasn't answered the door yet, so you can't see him. My
I
apologies.
just saw him and I turn around. Fuck this shit.
That's the face you see peering out a window into the darkness.
Nope. I'm
Nope,
gonna take my
this
chance
guy's
with the
too
woods.
weird looking.
Oh wait,
Wanna go?
can I? Let's see. Is this within?
Trogdor looks over at Barrow and says, "Smash."
No, frighten. As I
Malagar-
see him through the window, is it within 60 feet?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
As we see him peering through the window, is that window within 60 feet of us?
Yes. Roughly.
Can I see the torch that's lighting up that room?
No. I'd let you
Okay.
make a perception check, but I'd put the DC very high. I'd call this probably a
Sure.
22.
Malagar sees windows and his eyes just light up.
We're gonna try it.
The adventure of flying through another window.
Dude, I love them fucking
I was
things.
close.
You can make out sort of the individual flickering taking place behind the nearby window, but you can't pinpoint where exactly the torch is in the room.
Okay.
There's like curtains drawn.
Would this count as I can see the flickering? Because if so, I want to snuff out that light.
No, I would say you can't make out the actual flame itself. I would say.
Okay.
You got close. I almost want to give it to you, but I want to stress how difficult this would be.
Hey,
Yeah.
Nick.
Nice.
Hey, Nick, I totally forgot. I have my
Yo.
owl with me.
Ah, yes, your white owl.
Yes.
Yes.
What have you named the owl? Is it
Snow.
Blunt?
It's
Oh.
snow.
I get Blunt is actually pretty nice. I like
Yeah.
that one.
Just a suggestion. Okay. Yeah. I do recall this. Your owl is nearby.
I
Don't know
totally
if I-
forgot.
Nope, that's
Can-
okay. I totally forgot to build a character sheet for it.
Can my owl see the footsteps that we heard nearby us? My owl floating up above us. Can he see anything? And he does have dark vision.
He
also
does?
He also has advantage on sight and hearing.
On perception rolls, he actually gets to roll 2 dice.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Nick, you can just pull in an owl from the
Yeah.
compendium there. And
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a...
I totally forgot about that fucking
That's
thing.
okay. Don't you worry. What do you want this thing's name to be?
Oh,
Blunt.
It should be Blunt.
we'll just do Blunt.
blunt it is.
The white owl.
Bleezy. His Bleezy, the white owl.
Yeah, there you go, Bleezy. That's way better.
Bleezy.
Bleezy.
For sure.
Bleezy, the white. I like it.
I'm pretty sure we're all 12, but it's awesome.
Be like, yo, where's your wraps? You got your wraps?
You got them whole white grape wraps?
Gonna
No,
coat that in honey, sir.
dude, you ever had a honey blunt?
Yeah, it's been a while. Been a while.
Oh,
And
man,
I,
they're
It's
delicious.
so messy.
I've had honey dabs.
dabs, bro. You talking about dabs, bro?
Honey
Bro, you
dabs.
trying to do some dabs?
Oh my god, dabs. I love
Dude,
dabs, bro.
Corey, you want to do dabs?
I love
I'd-
dabs.
I'd like
It
one
might
of you
have
to
actually
drop dead
just
from an
been
aneurysm
straight up
now.
hash oil, but
I love dabs.
I like the
I like
headphones
honey and
shot
peanut
off
butter
the
and jelly.
Don't put me to drop dead from an aneurysm.
Good call, Nolan.
Wait, you talking about dabs, bro?
Talking
Dabs?
about dabs?
Oh my god, I love dabs, bro.
Oh my god, I want to do dabs. Let's do some dabs.
Yeah. This was my problem growing up as an alcoholic amongst pot people in high school.
Where?
Fucking
All right.
potheads.
Oh,
Let's
now
see
you're gonna
here.
run away from me.
Yeah, fuck them potheads.
God damn it.
God damn
They're
it,
such a
pothead.
nuisance to society.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
terrible.
right.
I mean, they're terrible.
Malagar, you should have access to Bleezy and his character sheet under your character folder.
Alrighty.
Get
And
them,
then,
Bleezy.
Can I do a perception check?
You sure as heck can.
There you go, Jared. Look at that
So,
spell.
how
It's
would
in
I do
the
that?
F group chat.
F group
I
chat.
didn't mean to send it to F group. I meant to send it to Strahd, but
Oh yeah. Bleezy begins to kind of circle overhead, and with every beat of its wings, you can hear him sort of drawing a wider and wider arc around the area around each of you.
oh, nat 20.
And as it sort of peers, as Bleezy sort of peers out down on the ground and the rooftops beneath him, your eyes kind of go white as you begin to peer through his eyes, and as you do, you don't see figures moving around about you. Really, the only things out in the darkness at this point is the party, sort of standing in the mud, staring towards the building in front of you. As Bleezy's wings sort of beat and kind of try to move out further and further from the party, he does notice a great deal of footprints, odd ones, between sort of alleyways and between buildings. But as for what could have caused these things, you can't really tell.
Can you make out the shape of the footprints?
No. He can just sort of see them at this point. You would probably likely need to go up and inspect them up close.
Alright, Malagar goes and looks at the footprints.
Okay. I just want to let you know this is going to be several blocks away from where the rest of the party is and where you currently are.
Never mind.
Bleezy has a bird's eye view, literally.
Rule number 1, don't ever leave the party.
Good.
Worked out
But
well
that's
for
where all
Broggy.
the fun stuff happens.
Worked
I'm-
out well for Broggy.
I should have been dead like 4 times already in this campaign.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean that kind of means like you're basically bulletproof.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Nick.
I'm glad you're picking things up here.
Bulletproof or bullet magnet, one of the two.
That's right.
You should have named your
Definitely a
character
Thor
Brett.
magnet.
Can it be both, dude? Can it be both?
Alrighty, well, who's knocking on the door? And who's
None
going
of
through the
us
window?
yet. You should probably let us know that you saw footprints of something that was potentially following us before we go inside or get trapped in a conversation and allow what I'm assuming
guys,
to be.
I just warged into my owl Bleezy, and I saw footprints like down the road a little bit. Do we want to go check those out real quick, or do we want to go to the house?
I thought I heard
I mean-
something following us. We should probably kill whatever it was.
Well, you know, it could be Strahd. We did, kind of tell him to come here. So it would probably be better to be inside.
I owe Strahd for
moment.
invading my mind. If I come across him, he's a dead man walking. Get it?
I think he's
Get it? Get it?
Yeah,
Was it
it's
a big
already
empty space? Your mind?
Uh,
um, I
as
mean-
long as it took me to get that, yes, it is a big empty space.
I
you,
mean,
answered the question, just non-verbally.
if it is only like a block away, we could just run over and check out the footprints real quick.
I mean, I'm fine with going and checking them out. It's better to do it now rather than later because the rain will probably wash them away.
I mean,
Huh?
it's also a town that people have been walking through. Like, couldn't it just be someone walked through recently?
Somebody was
could-
following us at night in the rain in a town where everybody's running to get out of being outside at night. It's a tad bit suspicious.
I'm gonna make the assumption that Strahd wouldn't leave footprints.
Yeah.
From what we know from him.
Well,
All right.
One of his servants could.
Let's
Yeah.
go check out the footprints. It's only a block away.
we also sort of pissed off a whole bunch of fucking hags too, because Snow likes windows. I'm sorry, Malagar likes windows.
But they're not
Vampires,
here.
hags, werewolves. Like you guys have a long list of enemies at this point.
Well,
like,
the werewolves were Barad's fault.
they don't like you.
All
They're
right.
going to like us.
So what are we
Uh,
doing?
Let's go check out the footprints.
Let's check the
All right,
footprints.
let's go check out the footprints.
Okay.
Who's got the
oh, I'm
best
sorry.
investigation?
For what?
Not me.
I have +4.
For you not liking me.
Oh no, I didn't say that. Oh yeah. I don't like you either. You don't even know me.
That's fair.
You know what? That's fair.
I have +4 on investigation.
I've got +4 too.
I have
Uh,
a +5, but
I
I'm
have-
not.
I have a plus
Uh,
D4 for whoever's doing the investigation.
As the group sits here and discusses this, none of you understand what each other is saying because as you begin rattling off numbers about your ability to investigate, it makes no sense to any of you. I have a D4, and you
Hey.
said, "What? What does that
Malagar looks down at the footprints and tries to figure out what
I-
they are.
I guide Malagar and assist him.
Kitten cat. Kitten cat.
Ian, do you have
So-
any like real confusion as to why all of your animals are feral when you're picking them up like that?
No?
Malagar, you have advantage and guidance.
I have
No.
advantage.
Yeah, because I assisted you.
Nolan, I
Oh.
know you're not used to cats, but you can totally pick up a cat by the scruff of their neck.
I'm aware of that. You can also pick up a dog like that if you really want. That doesn't mean they necessarily enjoy it.
Nice.
It's a
23.
pretty young cat still, so.
22.
I do it to my
23.
80-pound lavender that's 6 years old.
Oh yeah, 23.
Okay. Let's see. Malagar, as you begin kind of moving about, you start sort of trying to retrace the picture in your mind's eye of what it is that Lizzie saw. And you sort of begin sort of moving your way around specific corners and down alleyways, and the rest of the party's following you, sort of in a confused state as you just sort of like intuitively move around corner to corner, and soon you find these footsteps, or these footprints, as Bleezy saw them. They do appear to be fresh. They're not deep though. Whatever caused them or left them appears to be rather light-footed. Go ahead and make a survival check.
I will assist. I can do that. Can I do that?
It's a duck.
Yeah. If you
Are they boot prints, barefoot prints, humanoid?
Wait. If I know anything about hags and witches, that means it's
Okay,
a hag
whatever.
because she's lighter than a duck.
They do float when you drown them. That's how you know.
Malagar, as you kind of
That's why
lean
they
down
burn.
to start to inspect these footprints, Barot sort of leans down next to you and sort of begins to whisper in your ear about, the depth of the heel print versus the tip of the toes and this sort of thing. They are boot prints. They are different in size. They are different in gait. Based on what you can tell, it's likely 3, possibly more individuals moving about.
It's the hags,
There's-
man.
3
get
cats wearing boots.
Or those
The hags, no. It's the werewolves.
It's definitely the werewolves.
Oh yeah.
Or the vampires.
I think the vampires were all mostly naked, weren't they? No boots.
I could have
Or am I-
Rask wearing boots.
I might just be making that up in my head now. I'm not sure.
No, I think you're close though. They were like feral vampires.
Yeah, they
I wouldn't.
were.
I wouldn't expect them to be wearing boots. The woodsmen, right? The woodsmen that were the werewolves strike me as the boot wearing type.
Most likely, I would figure the hags would be wearing moccasins and/or be barefoot.
All right, so we relay this information to the group, what we investigated, and what do you guys want to do now? Do you guys want to follow the footprints, or you guys want to go
Let
go
the,
check out the mansion?
I don't know where we are right now because I've been in and out, and I apologize. But is this the same area that we ran into the werewolves previously?
no,
Ready.
we're in a city now. We're
Okay.
tracking them through some alleys. I would say let the
It could be fucking anybody then.
Well,
But either way, I say let the hunter become the hunted, and let's track these bitches and get them.
Malgar
Alright.
sends Bleezy up in the sky and has him search around us, see if he can see any more tracks or anything.
Who's got the
Okay.
highest survival skill? Is it me?
probably.
I have a good survival skill.
I have a +4.
I have a +6.
Okay, yeah, you should hit the back then.
Alright, I'm going to attempt to determine which direction and at what speed these footprints are headed. Oh, fuck. That's a 15 and then it rolled to a 5.
Looks like that +6 didn't do shit for you.
Did somebody assist
Ian's
me?
assisting
Anybody?
you,
He
yeah.
assisted me. Oh, look. I got assisted. Fuck me. Right in the goat ass.
You didn't even guidance yourself, dude.
Yeah,
You
that's
kind
the
of-
problem.
you start to kind of like watch the footprints and where they're going. You start to follow a certain set, and as you do, you see them stop and turn, and you turn around behind you, and now you try and see where they went, but you realize you just stepped over those footprints initially with your own. It's a little difficult to determine which direction this particular set of footprints were going, let alone the other additional set of footprints. You do see one set begins to make its way down one of the nearby roads and then onto the flagstones of one of the main roads. As it sort of arcs around towards sort of a hairpin turn that makes its way back towards the Burgomaster's mansion. It's difficult to say, though, if it stayed on that road or if it may have just simply been crossing it, as the flagstones themselves very much help to conceal the actual footprints in the mud that you were able to initially track so easily in the alleyways.
While he's tracking this, I'm gonna try and make some of the footprints look like they went to the tavern.
How to do
Bro, I
that?
thought you said you had the best survival.
Maybe you ever see the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes where he was trying to make Velociraptor footprints or something, and he's jumping and just doing some stomps.
All right, Malagar sends Bleezy up in the air to see if he can see anything else.
Give me a perception check for Bleezy. That'll be with advantage. And let me take a quick look. I should be able to make it so you can do advantage.
Can I make a survival check, or did he do his with advantage?
You were assisting him.
Okay, all right. Damn.
This is for his owl too. So.
My bad.
Okay. Bleezy begins to kind of circle. It's now getting more and more difficult. The owl's attention becomes more and more fixated on the frantic movement of your party. And he seems to have a difficult time concentrating on much else. However, he does sort of start to take sort of wider swaths and wider circles out, trying to encompass the full area of the town, but doesn't notice anything moving around at this point other than you and your party.
All right. So we've kind of lost the
I guess we lost him. Let's back on mission. Let's head to the mansion and intimidate some burgomaster.
We are almost at the burgomaster's anyway, because this set kind of led towards here, right?
Yep.
Oh, burgle your master.
That's awkward coming from a family member.
Why? It's your master, not you.
I was gonna make a joke there, and then I thought it was very, very much in bad taste.
Sweet home Alabama.
I mean, Eccles, Landons,
Hey,
what? They don't stray too far from the tree.
You know what? As close as we were back in the day, I still would have Tanner sister things. Yeah.
Wait, are you actually related to Tanner? I thought you guys were the Clantons to their McLowrys, really.
Yeah, we're kind of like
they were the Hatfields and you're the McCoys, right?
Yeah. It'd be the Romeo and Juliet thing. Yeah, you're right.
Tanner's related to like Neil's family, right? Like Neil Henderson. You guys are all,
We're the other half.
Yeah, you're the other half, right?
All right, so we're.
Go on.
So we're back at the mansion.
I'll go knock on the door.
All right.
I believe there were cases when I was in high
Malagar
school.
goes and sits right underneath the window, ready to fucking pounce if anything goes wrong, right into that window.
Okay.
Which window?
Into the window this time, not out of the window. I see what you're doing here.
Which window?
He'll be coming right back out. Don't.
Either you've never heard of a door.
Probably.
Pulling glass out of
He'll be coming out.
When he comes.
He'll be coming out 3 pints of blood less and big ass fucking claw marks on his face again. See?
Oh yeah.
I'm a cat.
That's about par for the course.
Yep.
And I still have guidance, but it doesn't matter.
So so there's in the old days, or I guess they aren't the old days so much. Back when Bill Hader was on SNL a lot, he used to do these holiday specials where he'd play Vincent Price, and they'd do like old Hollywood Thanksgiving and everything, or old Hollywood Halloween. And Kristen Wiig on one of the Halloween episodes played Gloria Swanson, and she came out as Gloria Swanson. She just came out in her normal clothes, and Bill Hader's like, "So Gloria, who are you supposed to be?" And Gloria Swanson's like, "I'm a pirate." Which is exactly what Malagar basically does, sort of crouching beneath the window. "I am a shadow."
And starts tapping his dagger. Starts tapping his dagger on the glass. Like, hey, don't look here. I'm hiding. Don't look here.
Zolotov, as you make your way up to the door, you get very distracted by the fact that Malagar's like making fingers at you.
I will make finger gestures back at him.
It's the least stealthy thing ever as you make your way up to the door and sort of raise the knocker. And I assume we are going forward with knocking.
Yes.
Knocking is occurring.
So smoke was paired with shade, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I'm just gonna walk up to Shade, just stand next to him as all this is unfolding, just kind of turn to him and be like, I think we might have fucked up in our allies.
As you raise the knocker, Zalatov, and begin knocking on the door, you can hear a big, heavy boom, boom, boom. And nearly a minute passes, and you can see a young woman answers the door. She appears to be wearing a dressing gown, and she sort of looks up at you, a bit confused and expectantly. Says, "Can I help you, sir?"
We're here for the festivities, and I'll pull out the poster about the festivities
Okay.
because I have it.
At
All right.
midnight.
I'm gonna need you to say that happier and with your mouth wider.
I was gonna make you make this persuasion check with disadvantage, but I'm gonna let you just go ahead and make a regular persuasion check now.
Guidance.
Guidance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Guide that shit. Get it up to a 10.
Um.
Well, hey.
Hey, it's a 10.
Okay. She says, let me see if someone is available, and the door shuts, and you can hear her sort of scuttle off.
I'll try to put my foot in the door so it can't shut. It's quite red out here.
Make a dexterity check. I'm gonna call it a DC 14.
Malgar's just ready to pounce right through that window.
Okay. And you do sort of put your foot in the door, and as you do, she stops and turns around and says, What are you doing?
It's bad manners to close the door on somebody out in the rain.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
What kind of manners is it to stick your foot in a fucking door?
Yeah, no shit.
It shows that I'm not a vampire.
Could be a werewolf.
The-
Or a hag. I don't know. Let's find any other creature that's in this fucking realm so far.
She says, if you were concerned about manners, you wouldn't be putting your foot in the door and forcing your way in. And she sort of reaches near the doorway and reaches for a bell, and she begins to sort of ring it, and it chimes out as it happens. And she says, please wait here. And then she begins to close the door, and she looks down at your foot and then looks back up at you.
I'll pull my foot away and kind of just lower my head. And yeah, that's all I'll do for that.
I'm gonna push Tom's character out of the way and say, no more speaking lines for you. Jesus Christ, no more speaking lines for you.
Almost a minute passes, and the door opens once again. And at this point, a very tall, imposing figure now stands
Oh, jeez.
in the doorway.
How tall? Like, tall enough that taller than Trogdor and Barrett?
He's close to 7 feet
Oof.
at this point. And he's wearing a very thick cloak that covers most of his body, but the figure it cuts is very imposing. You can see beneath the cloak the tip of an axe sort of protruding down by near where his feet would be. He's a very impatient sort of stare as he looks up at all of you.
Well, wouldn't it be look down?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, he looks down at the ground, and then he begins to look up at all of you. And you can see his look is very, why are you here? And as he makes eye contact with each of you, he says, why are you here?
I feel like your look already kind of asked that question.
We need to speak to the Burgomeister immediately.
I go like this to Malagar. Get out of the bushes. Come here. And I just kind of Put Malaga in between me and the big guy.
Okay. As you do that, I would say, Trogdor, go ahead and make an intimidation check.
Just out of curiosity, is Smoke still looking like a guard? So this is somewhat official-ish.
Yeah, that's why we should probably letting Smoke do the talking.
Yeah, I haven't changed like his appearance at all.
My bad.
And it's
I sort of forgot about that. Can we retcon that to me not talking? Because I forgot Smoke
you
was.
already made the roll.
I
man.
did.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable
No.
with letting this play out
Okay.
as the dice have rolled.
That's fine.
Who the fuck is that guy? Sorry.
He's
Your worst nightmare.
He's 7 feet tall with an axe and a very large, muscular stature. And currently,
I like-
Malagar is between me and him.
I like his coat.
Nice coat.
Nice. Yes.
as he stares down at each of you, sort of scanning the crowd. First of all, he just sort of scans the crowd, and you can see he almost looks right through you, Trogdor. And his eyes settle on Smoke, who is still disguised as a guard. And he looks at you, Smoke, and he says, "Explain yourself."
I apologize for the late hour. These are newcomers to the city, and they had heard of the festivities planned and demanded to have an audience with the Burgomeister. I am aware of the late hour, but they were rather insistent upon a meeting.
Make a deception check.
Guidance.
Oh, it was right there.
And I get the D4 too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you do, you can see this gentleman's gaze sort of moves to Trogdor as you put your hand on the guard that Smoke is disguising himself to be, and he sort of looks at you, and then looks back at Smoke.
Interesting.
And as you sort of rattle it off,
Spells are.
and he sort of looks back at you, Smoke, and he says, "Then you would know this is not a good time to be disturbing the Burgomaster. What is your name, guard?"
Yvonne, of course. I'm stationed at the south gate.
"Then I suggest you return to your post immediately. Take this rabble with you. If they wish to have an audience with the Burgomaster, they can return at a more decent hour."
And when would that be? Kind sir?
Can we make an appointment?
Make a persuasion check for Zolotov with disadvantage.
I just wanted to be at the bar, you know. I'd be drinking some wine right now.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
And he sort of looks down at you now at this point, and you can see him just sort of stare at you like a hound master who's about to beat a dog. And he says,
I've beaten
When it
beaten
is-
many times in my life.
"When it is not night." And at this, he sort of steps back, and the door closes.
Well, I think that went actually quite. I would give us a 4, maybe 5 out of 10 on effort. So, you guys want to try a different house?
I say we just make our way back to the inn.
One moment, please.
A moment, please.
I need to let my dog inside real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Rarely a good thing to hear the DM say.
Yeah, he's like, no.
Black dragon comes down from the sky, kills
That's
you all.
fine. I don't have any hair in this, or like any skin in this game or whatever, you know.
He said he had to let the dog
Honestly,
in.
I'm
But the
in.
dog was going out with him. I think he lied to us.
I think he lied to us.
We're gonna die.
All right. What does the group want to do at this point?
Well, at this point, I actually want to cast a spell.
Oh yeah.
I will cast
Tell me.
Mage Armor on myself. I'll cast Mage Armor on myself before we go anywhere else.
You know that lasts 8 hours, right?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay.
That's why I'm doing it now.
All right. I'm just. You could have done this 6
Earlier?
hours ago.
I could have done it earlier. I agree, but I kind of forgot.
All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Well, I'm gonna have to beat my child to death.
Good thing.
Why? What'd you do?
Good thing you're not streaming on Twitch.
I am. No, she just left pizza sitting on the counter, so now my dog has eaten like a half a pizza.
Did he
He
diarrhea
said-
everywhere?
You
Not
said
yet.
free pizza?
He will be
I
soon.
just wanted free food, man.
Yeah.
You just got to explain to her, like, now the dog has to sleep outside, and it's entirely your
Oh,
fault. So,
now the dog needs to sleep in her bed.
Oh, the
If
dog
the
does
wolf-
sleep in her
if the-
bed. So.
yeah, see? But you say, now the dog has to sleep outside, and if the wolves get the dog, this is on you. All right?
Well, I can't actually say that because we do have coyotes out here, so the coyotes
know.
could get the dog, and
I wouldn't be surprised if you have wolves out that way, honestly.
I'd be surprised if there's a wolf up here, but yeah, we
Alright,
got lots
so
and
what
lots of coyotes.
What are we doing?
All
I
right,
mean, tavern, inn,
Tavern.
or pick a fight with this dude.
I honestly, I'm ready to kick this door down and fuck this whole place up. I'm sick of people
Yeah,
fucking
that's a
looking
really
down on
bad
me.
idea.
Yeah,
Then
I'm
we won't
not-
be
that's
able to
not
come
really
That's
back.
a really bad idea.
Well, I say we lick
follow
our
suit.
wounds and go to the inn, and then after it comes daytime, maybe we'll come back and try it again.
Look, we got 4 or 5 of the main characters on this porch. I think we're gonna be fine.
I mean, I know where my vote goes. I like it when you guys do stuff.
All right.
All right,
'Cause
vote.
Again,
Let's take a quick vote. Be
I
smart
can't
or
beat
be
my
dumb.
kids to teach a lesson, but I can beat the fuck out of you guys. And what did we learn? All right.
Absolutely nothing.
I think we've already
Was it
been beaten the
nothing?
fuck out of
Yay,
enough
nothing.
times that we
All
should
right,
probably
let's
have
go.
learned that lesson already.
All right, let's go to the fucking bar then.
Let's go to
Smart
the bar.
people
Let's
with
go to
your
the bar.
play get
Lick our
safe.
wounds.
Yeah, but we information gather some more and figure out
I'm
where we
down.
should go.
I'm down.
All right, I'm sorry, and this is maybe out of character just to not like make Smoke come off as more of an ass, but the fuck did we learn aside from the fact that there's a 7-foot behemoth in this house? Don't come here at night.
They have a pretty maid with a bell.
There is something amiss with the burgomaster at this late hour.
And why do you need a 7-foot bodyguard?
I mean, if you
Because
have the
you're
option of
a
a
burgomaster.
7-foot
Do you have
bodyguard
one?
or not have
Or
a
a
7-foot
2-foot bodyguard.
Yeah, which one would you go with?
It depends. Are you a Bond villain?
Yeah, I was gonna say it depends.
Do you
Am
want
I
do you want a
an evil
gnome
villain?
or do you want a fucking storm lord?
All right, so let's go to the inn.
Or-
Torbjorn.
Torbjorn.
You guys
For the last
begin
time,
making your way
I'm
across town,
Swedish.
and it isn't that long of a walk from the burgomaster's mansion to the Blue Water Inn. This inn is mostly kind of at the central part of town. And as you make your way towards it, you can see there are folk sort of perched outside the door, smoking pipes. It's a bit more of a jovial setting than most of the other parts in this town. One of the most noticeable things is the amount of ravens just perched around the building itself as you make your way back. And you hear sort of the steady just...
Can
the
somebody
ravens.
talk to ravens?
I sure can. Since our shitty druid can't.
I almost took communicate with animals in this level too, but I decided not to.
But no, you won't murder animals.
Put the lotion on your skin.
Druids aren't supposed to kill animals, bro.
I'm not really a druid, sort of. It's complicated.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Mm-hmm.
You be raised by a hag and see how you turn out.
My story says I was, in fact, literally raised by bears.
It's not a hag.
It's not a hag.
No, it's not a hag. It's not a hag. But I was raised by bears.
I was a Thing Wizard slave.
Yeah. You guys all have really fucked up until past.
I've got a real dark history. I don't want to get into it. But let me tell you about it.
I was an altar boy once.
Oh, no, it didn't poke though. All right, okay. Hey, Nick, this is the gift that I was going to show you for this image.
I think mine's a pretty happy story, honestly. Mostly.
I don't know if it actually plays in Discord.
I've got it. I just haven't.
My mother and my father were murdered.
No, but it's like you can see there are people actually walking around in the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, you do have that?
No, I mean I've got that GIF. I just haven't thrown it on this still. So, yeah, maybe next time I will.
All right, so are we gonna go in the tavern?
Go in the tavern.
All right.
Just 1 second. Shade, as you kind of look up, you begin start to.
Oh, that's right.
Emulate the sounds of the ravens.
Caw, caw, caw.
Go ahead and make an insight check for me.
With a caw.
I think we've established that kaka and tuki aren't doing it.
Tuki.
All right. Suddenly, one thing you notice is that you get the attention of all the ravens, and many of them sort of start to fly out from a sort of an opening within the inn itself and begin perching on the rooftop. At this point, many more of them start to congregate, nearly close to 25.
Trogdor starts to slowly back away.
Do I see what Shade is doing?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna smack him and tell him to stop talking to the fucking birds.
Shade, as you kind of make the noises, you can see several of these birds, numerous of them in fact, take very keen attention to what you're doing and what you're saying. And immediately Smoke slaps you upside the back of your head and you sort of like stop and you look over at him. And you look back. And only about 2 or 3 of the ravens caw back. These ravens, they are intelligent. And they are able to convey concepts quite a bit beyond your typical woodland animal. The concepts you get from these 3 ravens, essentially, as the others sort of sit silently observing you, are the words safety and others.
Safety and others, huh?
I think we have far too much attention on ourselves already. I believe we should stop antagonizing the environment at this point.
This place, one of the safest places we could be at. This realm.
Alright,
like
so
booze.
go inside then, huh?
Okay. As you all make your way into the Blue Water Inn, the usual suspects are sort of congregated inside. You can see
Oh shit, it's
Bismarck
Kaiser
is
Sose.
seated. Kaiser Sose. Fucking usual suspect.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I don't get that reference.
You can see Ismark is sort of seated at a table. There are a few other randos now in here this late in the evening, as well as the woman who typically seats herself in the corner.
What was
She's
her
sort of-
deal? She was looking for her brother or something?
She was reading a book and didn't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah, she was reading a book, and
And
Malagar pissed her off like 5 times.
no, he just, rolled real bad.
I rolled real bad.
Like real bad.
Smoke was able to interrogate her, and Smoke would actually know, but only Smoke would know, I believe, that she is a performer who's looking for someone from her troupe
Yes.
who made their way here. She's not very forthcoming with too many other details beyond that. You can see she sort of looks up from her reading as you all enter the common area. She sort of watches each of you as you seat yourselves at the bar in front of Danica. And Danica looks at each of you. Go on.
Zolotov's gonna go sit right next to Eastmark.
Okay.
I don't want to go to the bar.
Now, Ismark raises a glass and he says, "So, friend, what have you found here in Wallachia? You know, the people here, and I hate to say this because I am the son of the burgomaster of the village of Barovia, but the people here are much more friendly, or at least, shall I say, less unpleasant."
Well, unless you make it to the Burgomasters.
Oh, really?
Yes, there is a rather stout individual and a shady-looking one through a window.
Oh my.
But yes. But no, I'm just gonna sit down and I will start affixing that holy symbol. I switched it out with Malagar for the one that is not known by the cleric. And I will affix it to one of the empty leather straps on my staff.
Okay. All right. As for the rest of you, as you make your way in, Danica just sort of looks expectantly at all of you, and sort of says, "Well, looks as though you have had a busy day."
The church is safe.
And she sort of smiles and nods and says, "Ah, yes. What?" And this is just curiosity. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. But what was troubling Father Lucian?
Something that helped make the church safe had been stolen. Vampires had.
Make a persuasion check.
I'll
I'm not-
assist.
Yay!
I don't have any information on what you guys actually did, so I can't really jump into the
The
conversation.
same thing everybody does in that fight.
Yeah, the exact same thing we did the last 2
You've been
times.
through
it. 14.
Okay. And she sort of smiles and nods and she says, "Let me, as a personal token of thanks, let me get you each your first round of wine. If you would permit me."
Shade doesn't drink or eat.
I'll drink his.
Breathe.
Jesus.
But he'll give it to Smoke.
Of course, of course. She begins
Helpful the
distributing.
avian friends on the roof.
What do you mean?
Oh, they're very nice. They told us this place is safe.
They spoke to you?
I have the ability to speak with animals, yes.
I see.
From over in the corner, Trogdor pipes up. Yeah, he's a really good druid.
No. It's the ranger. The ranger we're talking about from Eastmark's table. You hear Zolotav say.
Yeah,
She
the
sorta-
Ranger's a really good druid.
Pours wine into several clay cups and sort of disperses them out to each of you. And she says, of course, since you are paying guests, we have beet stew that is available to each of you. Let me know if you'd like some, and that comes free of charge. Master Ismark is covering your hotel fee, so if you are interested in partaking of the stew, by all means, let me know. I will make sure to get some. It's still on the pot, on the boil, in the kitchen. However, for those of you that wish to have some wolf steak, there is plenty, and actually there is a fresh kill. Sholdar and Yevgeny just brought kill recently to us this morning. So the best time to get a wolf steak right now is right now.
Zolotav and for wolf steak.
Malagar grabs 2 of the drinks and goes over to the lady to ask her a few questions again.
Okay. It's gonna cost you, Zolotov. Zoop. One electrum piece.
I will rummage through my pockets and find that I only have 3 copper. And well, dejectedly, I guess I'll wait for the stew.
And she kind of nods and says, okay, I'll have some stew out for you. You know. Malagar, as you make your way over to the young lady's table once again, you can see she stares up from her book, rather annoyed, as she looks at you and says, can I help you?
I just wanted to ask you if you found who you were looking for yet.
Make a persuasion check.
There is no ale here.
Only wine.
Only wine.
In Barovia.
Okay. Let's take a quick look here. Okay. The young lady looks up at you, and she seems almost shocked at the fact that you even remembered your previous conversation with her, and she says, well, no, I did not. Tell me, have you found what you are looking for here?
No, I have not. But have you found any clues or any information on where to look for your person of interest that you're looking for?
Only clues that he was here. Unfortunately, I have nothing that has cued me in on what happened to him after he arrived here. And she sort of sets the book down and she looks at you and she says, what brings you here?
We were just escorting some of our companions here. from another town.
Somewhere nearby.
Somewhere close.
Beyond
Why do you
the
ask?
mist. Beyond the mist close, or within the mist close?
Within the mist.
Hmm. And where do you hail from originally?
Me, the Underdark.
And she sort of stops and thinks for a minute. She says, I've never heard of this place. It sounds very interesting. What is it?
Say entire world underneath the surface of the world.
And she sort of stops and thinks about it, and she goes, then you are not from here, I assume.
I am not. Where are you from?
Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage.
Well, we gotta have the roll off to see which one of us wins the drinking contest, and then we'll make the con save.
What happened there?
Trogdor told me to do the 120 best of 3, 1d20 3 times.
9, 4,
Yes,
12. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Trogdor, you lose.
I lose. I lose the
You
first
are-
round, I win the second round, I lose the third round, so I lose 2 out of 3. Here's my con
Yeah.
save. Should I disadvantage my con save?
Oh yeah, you both should do that.
Wait, I won. So does that mean I just get to do it?
All you
straight?
proved is that you're
No,
able
that
to
just means you
fire
drank
down the liquor
more.
quicker. All right, like,
All right. You got it.
yeah. Both of you make your con saves with disadvantage.
I'm fucking hammered,
Yeah.
bro.
Trogdor, the room is spinning for you at this point. Barot, you're kind of able to keep your cool, but you are a fucking nuisance and annoying to sit and talk with right now. You're just like,
Uh,
I'm gonna use my really long arms, and I'm gonna kind of reach around the back of someone and tickle the back of someone else's armpit from the person over.
yeah. Roll a d4.
I'm gonna do it sneakily though.
Okay. Then give me a stealth check with disadvantage.
You want to get in? Go ahead.
Ah,
Wow.
Okay.
Zolotov, you feel the slightest sort of tickle at your shoulder, and you turn around and you see absolutely nothing.
I notice Trogdor completely plastered, and I'll say, "Wow, you're drunker than I on gnomish brandy." Because that shit'll fuck you up.
Trogdor just hiccups and kind of looks at you blankly.
What?
Huh?
Why?
What did you say?
Malagar, as you sit there, she sort of looks back at you and she says, "That's fair. I am not from around here either. I had to travel through the mists to get here."
Yeah, once you hit that mist, it almost seems like you're stuck here. No matter where you go, you just can't seem to escape it.
Sort of the impression most of us get when going through it. And she says, "My name is Lori. What's yours?"
Mine is Malagar.
And she says, "Well, Malagar, did you come here looking for someone as well, or are you just an unfortunate soul who stumbled upon this place?"
I'm trying to find my way back home. don't know how to get there. Don't know what I'm gonna do when I get there. So I'm kind of just lost in translation right now.
And she leans back in her chair and she takes a little sip from her wine cup. And she says, well, I think we're in the same boat then. As for the rest of you, yes, Trogdor, you're an embarrassing train wreck right now.
Oh no, that was
That was who?
that was Barot speaking. The bet y'all bet.
Yeah, he's trying to challenge me again.
You gotta do the World of Warcraft thing where hiccup gets added to the end or to the beginning of each of your fucking
Yep.
sentences or whatever.
Okay. Everybody roll me another 3d20.
Whoa, I did not agree to this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, you did.
You
Only
guys
if
are
you-
just gonna end up on your fucking lips.
Oh, shit.
Jesus Christ.
That's a hard one to beat.
Yep. I'm definitely losing this one, but fuck it. I'll fight.
It's been
Strahd
fun.
drunk.
Well,
Beat me!
I win.
You win 2 out of 3.
I win.
I'm not even gonna let you guys make an additional con save at this point.
Yeah, we're just vomiting and passing out.
Yeah, you guys are both extremely drunk. I'm gonna say you are drunk to the extent that you have you have an exhaustion level of 2 for each of you.
Damn.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You have an
Go ahead and
exhaustion
add
level of 2.
2 exhaustion to you.
Bro.
that's
Did you want to keep going?
It could even be a Bro.
See if you can get to exhaustion level 10.
yes.
It'd be the first time somebody died from exhaustion.
I don't actually know what exhaustion does. I've never had an exhaustion level before.
There is a whole thing for it.
So you can turn it on in your character sheet to track it. Right now we have disadvantage on ability checks and our speed is halved.
That's how
Actually, I
Kimura
thought I
died,
turned it
actually,
on for everyone.
exhaustion.
Yeah, it's on. You
Yeah.
just-
No,
Oh,
it-
yep,
Yeah,
it's
there
on.
you go.
Yep.
It wasn't on for me. I had to turn it on.
Okay,
Tamora
sorry.
didn't die from exhaustion. Tamora died from an avalanche in which
Yeah,
she
but-
caused herself.
But the mechanic was that you were gaining points of exhaustion until you hit.
Yes.
Oh.
Technically,
Well, then.
okay, yeah, you are right. You did kill me with exhaustion then, because I was trying to find my way out, and every failed attempt to find my way out gave me exhaustion. That's right. And you know, if anybody wants to know, don't ever fuck with an avalanche. You get to do nothing.
Wait,
Nothing. The snow just kind of fucks you,
kind of an actual avalanche.
Yeah.
right?
So, I think that's pretty much the standard for an avalanche.
Alright. So Malgar kind of finishes up talking with Lori and says, well, if you got any more information on, the person you're looking for, maybe we can help, but I don't have very much to go on. And
She says, nor I. But if you gain any insight on how to find your way out of here, or perhaps even why you've
take me
been brought
with.
here, let me know. I could provide some assistance, or even some direction.
You mean you might know a way out of here?
I know as much as you would at this point, unless you know something else. But perhaps if you like, we could pool resources and get an idea on how best to escape this place. I don't.
Alright. Lori, if I figure out how to get out of here, I'll bring you with me.
Yeah, or we could just talk about it and work together as, friends.
Alright. Well, that was my attempt to get some information.
I in all honesty,
I got her name.
No, in all honesty, you got a lot of information.
You did.
Like a lot of really good information. In regards to the mist.
Okay.
So.
Hey, you got more than we had when you started. That's a win.
So, Barat and Trogdor are literally just vomiting all over themselves right now.
Yeah,
huh?
see, there you go, man. You did better than them.
We haven't thrown up yet. We're just out. Y'all are gonna have to carry our asses up, or we're sleeping here.
All right.
Yeah.
Should we ask some information about the burgomaster from the bartender?
I was waiting till you got done, and I was gonna ask.
Nolan, I
Eastmark
sent you a message.
and,
I thought, yeah.
whoever else is at Eastmark's table about the burgomaster.
Okay, cool.
So.
Ismark's on his own tonight, except for the two guys passed out on either side of him. He's having a good chuckle about it.
On him?
Trogdor and Barot, give me a Constitution save, each of you. We're gonna call the DC 12.
Disadvantage or normal?
It's a saving throw. It's not a skill check, so no
You
disadvantage.
said, oh, okay.
Oh.
While they're doing this, I would probably sit up at the bar.
Okay. Trogdor, you just kind of like snore, just on the table. Barot, however, there isn't enough table to actually handle your frame, and as you sort of lie there,
Whoa, wait! I'm very clearly passed out on the floor.
oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
You start to shift around on the floor, and as you do, you start to retch, just.
Right in the fire.
Oh God! I'll pick up my feet off the floor.
Danica, you can see at this point, sort of whistles, and you can see a rather large-framed gentleman make his way from out back in the kitchen area, and come out, and he looks at Danica, and she sort of like points over at Barot, and he looks over at Barot, and he just groans, goes back into the kitchen, comes out with a bucket of water and a mop, and as he approaches your table,
Just sticks the mop bucket in his face.
nah, he makes his way up and he says, I can help you move your friend upstairs if you like, but I should mop this now rather than later. I don't want it to stink up the room. I assume you don't either.
No, it almost got on my shoes. I'm sorry, it's on the floor. And yeah, if you could help after that, I'll help clean up a little bit after we get back down. How about that?
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength check with advantage, as this gentleman kind of makes his way out and helps you lift Barot up and bring him up the stairs.
Can't take you guys anywhere.
I can't take him anywhere.
I can take him anywhere.
Oh my.
Only the first one was my fault.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
have some trouble actually moving him, and at this point, as you kind of both work to try and get Barot towards the stairs, he throws up some more, actually. And
Drunk people are heavy.
I can't even roll a save for that.
oh no, I mean it's his strength save. Like he literally like tried picking you up by the stomach, by the abdomen. Here.
Just squeezed it out of you.
Just, and at this, you can hear Danica now, just like, Erwin, and the gentleman sort of stops and he looks over at you, Zolotov, and he says, "Let me handle this. Are you're in the big room?"
I'll get the mop. He's in the big room. I'll grab the mop. Yeah, I got this. Yeah.
Okay, sure. That's actually kind of cool of you. Thank you. And you can see Erwin kind of tries to lift Barot and begins sort of starting to bring him up the stairs.
Shade'll help him.
All right. And with Shade's help, Yeah. With Shade's help, Erwin is able to easily get Barot up the stairs and into the room. Barot, as you're laid down, go ahead and give me one final Constitution save. Okay. At this, now feeling the soft, cushiony mattress beneath you and the warmth of the bed, you sort of roll over, and you almost feel like you're snuggled up against another bear deep in a hibernation den as you sort of roll over. And at this, sort of Shade and Erwin leave you there and begin making their way out of the room. It's going to be a hell of a headache in the morning, but you're comfortable now.
Sounds about right.
Erwin makes his way back downstairs to find Zolotov sort of cleaning the puddle, at which point Erwin kind of says, I can take over here, please. You're a paying guest.
No. I insist, and I will, because Zolotov is very knowledgeable in cleaning in the ways of being, no, clean this room, you fucking maggot. From the Thay Wizards. So no. It's my pleasure.
Okay.
But I do need fresh water, because it's,
Make a persuasion check with advantage. Okay. Erwin sort of stops, and you can tell it's kind of against his better judgment, but he says, very well. If you would just leave the bucket and the mop against the kitchen door when you are finished, I'll make sure to deal with the rest. And he makes his way into the back once again, and you can see Danica sort of smile and wink at him as he makes his way past the counter.
Ooh.
well, there's some love appeal between them, I think.
Sexy time.
Gross. Old people sex.
Nothing turns me on more than watching you clean up vomit.
I love the way you carry drunk people up the stairs.
Listen, I have a couple notes here. All right. First of all, old people.
Shut the fuck up.
They're roughly around some of our age.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah. And cleaning up vomit is a skill. All right. Or rather, cleaning up vomit and not vomiting yourself is a skill.
That is true.
I think that's
We
a
had
talent.
one last week. Couple of teenagers. One of them's they're like walking through the restaurant, and one of them throws up. The other one sees his friend throw up, and then also throws up.
Oh,
It was like right when Julia got to work too, so she had to deal with it.
That's fucking awesome.
All right.
Guess your food's not that good, huh?
Not that.
No, it's
not
not.
anymore now that I'm not there. Sandwiches
All right.
suck.
Smoke, as you sit down at the bar, Danica sort of leans in after sort of like winking at her husband as he walks by, and she says, would you care for another glass of wine?
Oh no, I'm still nursing these two for now, but I have to say, for this region being as desolate as it seems to be, buildings falling apart, disrepair, nothing it seems in the way of industry. The only constant it seems is fairly decent wine. Why is that?
Make a persuasion check.
That's a good question.
Where's the thing that does the stuff? There it is.
Because Strahd is secretly Capone. Give the people what they want.
And she says, well, Barovia has very little going for it, as I'm sure you've already discerned. But one of the few boons she boasts is a very solid winery in the Wizard of Wines. It's just down the road to the west from here. No more than a couple hours travel at best, if that. And yes, the winery is probably one of the few things that actually brings hope to the people of Barovia, in that people can get drunk and forget about the fact that they live in a hellscape.
I suppose there is good coin in providing others with an escape, but if this wizard is the only one supplying wine to everyone, how is he able to do so when it seems no one else in this realm is able to organize anything, let alone some sort of distribution of a product?
Make an additional persuasion check. And she sort of leans in, and you can see she starts to pick her words very carefully here. And she says, not easily, I imagine. I think it is likely more perilous for them than it is for the rest of us, simply trying to provide safe shelter for folk in this land. Surely you can imagine. And she sort of kind of makes her way over and starts to clean a few of the cups, and she goes, let me know if you're interested in some stew or anything like that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to press. I just, nothing in this region has been impressive so far as perhaps an individual capable of this feat, but you are correct. Maybe I must discuss this with this wizard, so you say.
And she sort of looks at you almost inquisitively, and then continues sort of wiping out some of the cups. And she says, can I get you something to eat?
I'm fine for now, but thank you.
And she sort of nods and continues sort of wiping away at the cups. At this point, Ismark, he's had a few drinks, and he's still sort of chuckling over Barot throwing up all over the tap room floor. And he's still having a good laugh about it as he looks back at each of you and says, well, tell me, what did you do on your first day here?
He jumped through a window. Again.
Didn't you do that at the mill?
Yes, I like windows.
Okay. What was in the window?
Nasty hags and vampires.
Oh. So the usual stuff.
Yep, usual stuff.
That's cool. So you're becoming acquainted with Barovia, is what I'm hearing.
Yep. Every window has a terrible disaster waiting for it.
Now you're getting it. Just don't look in windows.
I guess I asked Ismark, you got any information on the burgomaster that we could use?
Ismark sort of thinks about it, and he says, I'm not entirely familiar with this town. It may come as no shock to you that Barovia didn't get many visitors, and there wasn't a great deal of correspondence moving about the road between Vallaki and Barovia. But I will say that the town here is quite a bit tidier. They even seem to be able to make time for festivals, which is surprising. Impressive, actually.
When is this festival?
I have yet to inquire. The mistress running the bar here seems to be, well, anytime I bring it up, she seems to sort of laugh derisively about it. But I'm considering attending. Obviously, Arena is not interested whatsoever. But I was thinking about going out and inquiring, or maybe finding one of these flyers and getting the information for myself. You don't happen to know when this is taking place, do you?
Actually, we have one of the flyers, don't we?
Yeah.
I'll hold up a flyer.
Okay. I would say go ahead and make a history check with disadvantage here.
Me?
I would say any. Technically, Zolotov is not in the room currently.
Okay, I actually have a good history check. All right. With disadvantage?
Hmm.
Okay, there we go.
All right. The names for days here are weird and a little bit more primitive than what you're used to. However, you're fairly certain off of what you've gleaned so far from this place. And immediately as you're thinking about it, you're interrupted as Trogdor sits up and just yells, "Party!" and then burps and slumps back over asleep.
It's impossible. He just said woo.
And Ismark sort of assists you in looking at the pamphlet, and he goes, it looks like this will be roughly 3 days from now. I don't know a great deal about these festivals, but it sounds to me like there's one every week or so.
Oh, okay.
So if they're throwing these festivals every week, perhaps it's probably a good time.
Wonder where they get the taxes to put on such festivals.
Oh, I didn't think about that, and you'd think being the son of a burgomaster, this sort of thing would occur to me, but yeah.
I did get bit. It hurt.
I am.
Put your finger where it doesn't
I'm pretty.
belong.
I'm pretty tapped out on all the information that I think I can gather. So, Malagar just goes and grabs the same room that he was in last time and goes to bed.
Okay. All right. Anything anybody else wants to do?
That went right, Nick.
Is anybody gonna
Yes.
pick Trogdor up, or we're just leaving
No.
him on the table?
No, he's wherever he's at. That's
All
where he
right.
stays.
He's staying at the table. Sounds good. Alright, fast forward through the evening then.
Okay. Zolotov, give me a perception check.
Normal. Yes, not advantage.
Not advantage.
Look, it's Uncle Ian.
Hi, buddy. How you doing?
Good.
Good. You learning how to play D&D?
No.
No. I don't blame you. Game's
Wait
overrated.
till you have kids of your own. Then when you have to stay out of trouble, D&D is sort of the perfect pastime.
This is true.
Let's see here.
Love you.
Zolotov,
Yes.
as you sort of take the mop bucket out towards the side of the building and sort of dump it out, you catch the faint whiff of pipe smoke outside and sort of begin to follow it. Up above on the eaves of the inn, you can hear the ravens sort of cawing gently, occasionally. Many of them seem to have retreated into some sort of loft within the inn itself, somewhere overhead. And as you make your way around the building and sort of follow the scent of pipe smoke, you can see a figure just sort of leaning up against the building, smoking a pipe and sort of humming to themselves.
Good evening. Why don't you come in from the rain? I'm sure they'll let you smoke in there.
Make a persuasion check.
That sounded dangerously close to an invitation.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, but he's not the
I don't think it
owner of
matters.
the establishment.
I wasn't the owner of the establishment when I invited Strahd in.
This is true.
Did not think of.
You can see the figure bears a cloak over their face, and you can only see sort of the long stem of the church warden pipe as it sort of puffs up into the air, and you can see sort of the dark hood sort of turned towards you, almost sort of surprised. And you can hear sort of a faint voice underneath the hood. Typically, I do not like to intrude upon people. It is a nasty habit, and this is an unhospitable land to begin with, wouldn't you say?
Caveat first, I hope I'm not intruding. But yes, I have noticed this.
No, you are not intruding at all. I often take my contemplation out here by the inn. I do not partake of the wine anymore. But I do like to still sort of hear the comings and goings of the inn as I take my evening pipe smoke. I apologize if I was unsettling or disturbing you. It was not my intent. I should likely be making my way home at this point. And the figure sort of like taps the pipe out into his hand and sort of throws the coals out onto the ground and begins to walk away.
Well, I never caught your name, good sir.
And the figure stops and sort of looks over their shoulder towards you, and you can't quite catch their face under the hood. But the voice underneath sort of says, well, it isn't...
Might starve ale, if that helps. I'll lead it off.
Go ahead and make a persuasion with advantage. Okay. And he sort of stops in his tracks, and you can see him sort of looking around, like as if he's almost worried about people listening in on the conversation. And he says, my name is Vasily von Holtz. I'm a local here, but no one of real consequence, and I apologize for disturbing your evening.
Well, Vasily von Holtz, it was nice to meet you. I'm sure I'll see you again.
You do not seem as unpleasant as most folk here, even in Vallaki.
Look, we just came from a town which is much worse than this place. People are a little offsetting here, but back there, you're right. People are quite mundane and, let's see, quick to judge.
Yes, Barovia, of course. I am familiar with the place. I knew it better, but that was before my brother died. I came here since then. I have painful memories of the place.
For character standing, I'm gonna do, if I roll lower than a 10, well, then I start sobbing. Or I start crying.
Okay.
It's a 9. It's a 9.
Okay. You start to sob, and you see the figure a bit uncomfortable in its stature at first, and he sort of uncomfortably and cautiously slowly moves towards you and reaches out his hand and sort of puts it on your shoulder, and he says, I'm sorry, friend. I did not mean to upset you.
No. I too recently lost a brother. Almost 3 days ago now.
Oh.
So it's just something that I'm dealing with, or need to deal with. One of the two.
He sort of stops, and you can hear almost a genuine sense of concern from within his voice as he says, I am so terribly sorry. The grief must be so fresh to you, and I cannot imagine. I hardly remember what it was like myself.
Well, hopefully I can turn back time and bring him back. That is my quest currently.
And you can see sort of the hooded figure sort of cock their head sideways as they look at you and say, You don't truly mean that, do you?
Oh, but I do.
And you can see the figure now sort of looks around once more as if kind of concerned, and he says, You should be wary of the things you wish for, especially here. Surely you understand that there are those here who have found a way to escape death, and it has not turned out to be all that they thought it would be.
I think you're referring to the creature that slew my brother. And no, I search for means other than that.
And his figure seems to sort of nod knowingly, and he says, If there was anything I could do to help you be reunited with your brother, anything, I would do it in a heartbeat to help you get beyond this grief. To lose a brother is one of the hardest things anyone could go through in this life. You have my empathy, Starville. And the hand sort of comes out and pats you on the shoulder, and then the figure sort of turns around and begins to walk off into the rain.
As he turns, it's Zolotov Starvale. Wonderful to meet you, and I will turn away, re-grab the mop bucket, and make my way back inside.
Okay. All right. And as you do, you find most of your companions have gone in for the night, or made their way up to their room. In fact, even Ismark is out of commission. The young woman is really the only one seated at her table, and you can see she's now sort of settling up her tab with Danica, and takes her book and makes her way upstairs, across sort of the large balcony and into her room. You're really only the only other awake person here in the common room now, and Danica sort of stares over at you and she says, "Well, can I get you a nightcap?"
No, I just that wonderful beet stew you were speaking of earlier, and I'll go set the mop and bucket down and eat my food and kind of just look around the place, and then I'll go up to my room, which I believe is with Smoke.
There's one room for 4, and there's then another room for 2, which is what you guys have rented.
Oh, and then somebody has their own room, right?
No, it's a room for 2.
Yeah.
So Malagar sort of has it, but I think last night everyone slept in the room for 4, and one person slept on the floor, which would have been Shade, who really didn't sleep on the floor. He just kind of stood there.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'll make my way to the same room that I was in.
Okay. A couple things. As Danica comes back with your beet stew, go ahead and make a quick perception check as you sort of dip your ladle in and begin slurping away at it.
Malagar's not even sleeping in the room. He's just up there, like, doing elf things.
Yes. As you kind of start to slurp away at the stew, you actually pick up some big chunks of meat as you're eating, and you can see someone clearly took the time to actually cut some wolf steak and actually throw it into the stew for you. And as you kind of have the look of realization on your face, you can see Danica sort of walking by. She's cleaning her cup. She sort of winks at you and makes her way in back.
You need to follow her.
Can I do a history check if I can remember the dude's name?
No, yeah, I wouldn't make you do that. His name is Erwin.
I'll kind of holler out, "Thank you, Erwin," and go back to eating my food.
Steve Irwin.
There's several moments of silence, and then at some point you hear sort of a creaking and a door opening, and you hear a voice from somewhere behind a wall say, "You're welcome. Thank you for mopping up vomit."
Oh, yes.
All right. And at this, as you all make your way to sleep, I would say everybody once again will gain the advantage of a long rest. Barot, Trogdor, you guys lose 1 point of exhaustion, but you are hungover AF the following morning and still have a single point of exhaustion. Daddy's gonna use the little boys' room. You kids play nice for the next 30 seconds.
There's no teacher in the classroom. Let's draw on the walls.
Brawl!
Let's see if he keeps his mic on this time.
Trogdor goes outside and vomits in the bushes. Okay, get that poison out.
That's still one of my favorite jokes from Futurama. It's like, where's I think it's like, where's Fry at? He's like, oh, he's puking in the bushes, and it's H.W. Bush and W. Bush, like their severed heads in the jar or whatever.
Yes, I do recall.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking good.
Okay, I'm back. That was very funny. I started laughing while I was peeing. Pretty sure I scared a kid. All right, it's currently morning once again as you each stagger out. Yep, Trogdor, you kind of walk into the common area and immediately like, nope, and make your way towards the nearest door and start vomiting out in the rain. Once again, it's a lovely rainy day in Barovia. The rest of you sort of make your way down the stairs and see several members of the people sort of taking their leave here currently are not about just yet or haven't woken up. However, you can see a pair of boys sort of running around in the common area. They seem to be sort of chasing each other and sort of playing tag, and numerous toys are strewn out about the floor. And moments later, Danica comes out into the common area, and you can see she now starts shooing them off and saying, "Go upstairs. Get this toy out of here. This isn't supposed to be here." And you can see one of the boys reaches down and picks it up. It's sort of a puppet bat on strings, and they both run up the stairs and sort of disappear off into one of the nearby hallways. And Danica looks over at each of you and says, I can get you some beet stew. It just went on the boil probably 10 minutes ago."
It does not sound appealing.
I'm good.
I'll take some. Fuck yeah.
I mean, it was delicious last night.
And yeah, really, I mean, it's you guys can eat the stew or you can use a ration. It's your call.
I'll eat the stew.
Yeah,
Well,
So,
Yeah,
So-
I made some good berries before we rested too, so there's that.
I will eat the stew.
I will take one of the good berries and hope to hell it stays in my stomach.
Give me a
Good
Constitution
berries.
saving throw for Trogdor.
Good berries heal.
for one,
I would say the same goes
Yeah.
for Barot. Okay, yeah,
Sorry, what do you
Trogdor.
want?
A Constitution save. Barot, you kind of munch down the berry, and it's not terrible.
Oh.
It doesn't take up a lot of space
Uh-oh.
in your stomach. Oh yeah.
Bro says
you-
you're doing well.
You're not
The
doing
berry-
well, bud.
The berry comes back up like seconds later, surrounded by just a whole bunch of yellowy bile as it hits the floor, and
It's good. It's good
you can hear. You can hear.
will just immediately stand up and go for the mop.
Okay. And you can see
Apparently
Danica
this
almost
wasn't
poisoning
possible.
herself to try and like holler for Erwin, and immediately like Zolotov goes for the mop, and Danica just sort of grows quiet, and Zolotov starts to sort of mop things up. Barot, you're gonna need to try and keep something down. I would say you can attempt a ration, or you can attempt a beet stew. You're gonna have to make a con save for each of them. DC's gonna be 11.
Is it gonna cost me more money for beet stew?
Nope, beet stew is free while you have a room.
I'll go for the beet stew.
Okay, give me a con save.
Puking up beet stew blood all over the fucking floor.
So gross.
Okay, all right. Maybe it's the fact that you got all that nasty bile out of your stomach at this point, and you're just gonna have to go with a new set of stomach lining from here on out. Maybe it's the warmth of the stew itself as it kind of hits your stomach and sort of calmly warms your belly. But you're able to kind of keep this down at this point, and after doing so, are able to take a few sips of water as well, and sort of get a little bit more comfortable. But you are not a happy camper this morning. Trogdor and Barot, you still have the 1 point of exhaustion at this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what'll cure that? Hair of the dog.
Ooh,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
That seems like a fun idea.
You should have another drinking
Round
contest.
3.
Whoever wins won't feel sick anymore.
That's how that one works.
Obviously.
Alright, we should sluggishly make our way back to the what you call it, the mansion.
I'm
ready.
Smoke would change his appearance at that point then and not look like the guard anymore.
Okay. Smoke, what do you want to look like?
Look like the big
7
7-foot tall guy.
A nondescript human he'd seen in the past.
Okay.
No one in this town.
All right. Very good. At this
Or a
point,
nondescript vampire that isn't in this town.
Blah.
I'm gonna be Strahd. I'll pick Strahd.
I mean, you could go with the mesh of what was it? Boneless skin.
No, skinless bone and muscle.
Yeah,
can
he
see-
It's like
Flesh
all the
blob.
skin had been flayed off of it.
yeah, that was his first. That was our first sighting of him.
For like
Yeah.
a brief second.
I mean, and actually, I think I have a picture of that, of what it looked like, so just for everyone's reference if they really want. It's. Let's see here. I forgot how many monsters are on here.
Enough to make you want to look up Uro on roll 34.
Hmm?
The fuck did you just say, boy?
Uro. Google
God
it.
damn it.
I'm never Googling anything recommended to me by somebody on the internet ever again.
This is not a that's a smart option.
Safe search off image results first.
No. Meatspin.com was the first and last time I ever went to a site that somebody on the internet told me I should go to.
What? Never two girls, one cup.
Like,
Dang.
yeah, boneless skin.
Yeah. That's basically what Smoke looked like the first time you all saw him.
Oh no, he did the body that was next to it, trying to persuade it that it should not
that's
attack
right.
him.
He did. Yeah. I'm your body. Come, make yourself one with me again. Yeah.
All right, so do we have a plan of attack this time with the mansion?
Well, it's not midnight, so that's already starting out
Yeah.
better.
That is.
And-
that is-
So we want to question this dude about where the lady's son is.
yeah.
And I get the distinct impression that we're going to discover things we don't like in here, so murdering this guy is always an option.
I'm
Yeah,
down.
until it bars us from the town.
Right.
Because we'll be attacked on sight and then not.
You keep what you kill. It's our town now.
No.
It could be.
It's usually good to have a safe place to return to, and usually killing the mayor of that town. is
All
not the
right,
way.
even your common sense all the time. Where's the fucking fun and adventure and be
No.
good guys?
Now,
I mean, killing him would probably be a step up from what Roland tried to.
I don't remember what Roland tried to do. No, yeah, that's right. I remember.
Let's try to seduce him. Let's try and seduce him.
No, it was actually way worse than that.
Yeah.
Like
It
I
was-
thought he did something that was like really bad, but it was like completely it's like a cacophony of errors of like bad.
It was
things.
it was kind of that.
Pretty
like,
much, that's what it was. Yeah.
He did something very bad, but as an outside observer, it actually looked 1,000 times worse as well. Like it was very bad, and then it looked like super terrible bad. So
But it like came down to the rolls. Like it wasn't his intention, and it was like he kept rolling so fucking horrible that it's like it just kept getting
I mean,
worse.
I would say there's a certain point where you decide that you're going to take a sort of an action. And it's like this is a violent action, regardless of what you're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah.
And
I don't
and
remember what Roland tried to do.
what's that?
I don't remember what Roland tried to do.
Oh no, this
You weren't-
this is in the Strahd campaign.
Yeah,
before.
Roland actually came to you from the Strahd campaign. So
Oh, that's right.
So yeah, as each of you make your way down the road towards the Burgomaster's mansion, you can see out front of the mansion now in the rain, a handful of guards sort of standing there being briefed by your friend from the night before, the rather large gentleman in the sort of animal skin cloak, and you can see him sort of pacing around, and he's sort of ordering people around. And as each of you make your way down the road, you can see everyone sort of stops and pays attention to your approach, as does this rather large figure.
Hello again.
Just keep walking. Just don't make eye contact.
We're here to talk to the Burgomaster.
Make a persuasion check. I'm gonna say this is an awkward situation. I'm gonna give you disadvantage on this.
Guidance.
Guidance.
You need to be on the ball with that.
You need to shut your fucking mouth. I'm never guiding your ass
Constantly
again.
Touching everyone.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
Everyone.
not really in character for Trogdor to be all
I
Johnny
mean, we
on the
have
spot.
somebody who has what, a plus fucking 8 to his
It's a +6
Persuasion?
Hey man, it doesn't come down to it's like you don't get to plan these things out. If you talk, you're now the guy. You know. Malagar, you kind of as you approach say, we'd like to speak with the burgomaster.
Want to see your manager, please?
You can see several of the guards sort of start to kind of chuckle to themselves and snigger amongst each other as they sort of start to brandish their weapons, and you can see this rather big figure sort of look back at all of them. And they all grow very like uncomfortably quiet once again, and he looks forward and says, "And what is it you wish to speak to the burgomaster about?"
I have some ideas about the festival that I think he'd like to hear that will make it a lot better.
Make a deception check.
I'll pull out the pamphlet.
I'd like to talk to him about his vehicle's extended warranty.
Oh god.
You only get to use it once, dude. Or is it reusable for that 1 minute?
If you keep casting it, it's just a cantrip, so.
Yeah.
I'm not just gonna sit there and keep patting him on the fucking back.
Ever.
Patting him on the back.
Keep your hand
Guidance,
up
guidance.
the back of his shirt and operate him like a puppet.
Well, then,
As you say this, you can see the figure sort of seems to be kind of taken aback by your response, and he almost does like the raised finger, like he wants to comment, and then just, huh.
I know how important the festival is to your burgomaster. If he does not hear my information, he might miss out on some really cool stuff.
Really cool stuff.
got amazing opportunity for just $9.99.
For just $9.99.
And he sort of stops, and he looks back at all of the guards, and he sort of barks at all of them, and they disperse and begin making their way to their posts. And he looks back at all of you.
Are actually barred.
What now?
Because there are wolfmen here.
What now?
He's wondering if you're being very literal.
Yeah.
Yeah, does the actual bark?
Does he actually like bark at them, or like just starts barking orders at them? There are wolfmen here.
Yeah, no.
I think you should take some psychic damage for that one, Tom.
No. I think that's a valid question.
I think I took some psychic damage from that question.
Okay, the question was, what destination do you want to go to? And purple. Someone answered purple. I got confused about the question.
That answer is in no way correct, and we are all now dumber for having listened to it.
Dean, what color is my tongue? Sort of a Wednesday? Sort of like a light Wednesday? Good, Dean. Good.
So he's barking. Gotcha. I think he answered my question.
He's not literally barking. He's just very, very unpleasant, very abrupt in the way that he addresses the guards, and you can see it is enough to get them all to jump into action immediately. And once they all sort of disperse, he sort of looks back at you and he says, "I will speak with the burgomaster."
That's right.
You say that?
No, I don't. I whisper it in my mind.
I do not believe he's going to have time to speak with you, but perhaps he can schedule time at a later point to speak with you. Wait here, and I will return. And
and then I tell him, if the burgomaster makes time to speak with us, I'll make it worth his while.
make a persuasion check.
Can I jiggle your coin pouch a little bit?
Are you gonna?
Nope, I'm not gonna guidance you.
You're the worst druid ever.
This is much more fun.
You're about to never catch a heal again, too. You keep talking all this shit.
Ooh.
Okay.
Thanks for the guidance. Thanks for the guidance, buddy. All you had to do is.
And you can see as you kind of say this and you sort of jiggle your coin purse, this figure sort of turns around and begins to kind of like slowly walk towards you. Say, how do you intend to make it worth his while?
How much a day's pay is for you?
25 gold pieces.
Oh, how about an hour?
And he sort of looks at you and says, "What are you carrying?"
Said I got a gold piece for you, if you get us an audience.
I got three pieces of copper, or bronze, or whatever.
And as Zolotov sort of looks up, you can see like the figure sort of looks at him and kind of like narrows his eyes and looks back at you. 2 gold pieces. I'll see what I can do.
2 gold pieces.
All right.
But if we don't get to see him, you don't get the gold.
He says, "I'll make sure you can see him. I just can't assure you it will be today." And he sort of puts his hand out expectantly, and you can make a perception check. We're gonna call the DC on this really low, probably an 8.
Trogdor?
Okay, I'll guidance you on this one because I feel like this guy is the Burgomeister.
I just said this was an 8. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
You said,
up an 8 super easy.
That's
You
fair.
said a persuasion?
no, perception.
Perception.
Okay.
Well, you can still have it.
You look down as he sort of puts his hand out expectantly, waiting for coin, and you immediately notice something is fucking up with his hand. Like, he's got some crazy fucking mongoloid elephantitis shit going on with this hand. This hand is like twice the size of a normal human hand. It's twice the size of what you would expect his other hand to actually look like, and you can see sort of long claws sort of protruding from the fingernails as he reaches out, and he immediately notices you kind of like gawking at his hand and puts it back, and sort of you can see him like shift the position of his axe under his cloak, and his other hand comes out, which actually looks more like a normal hand.
Okay.
When he walks away, I'm just gonna shout to the rest of the guards. 2 gold says none of you can beat Barat here.
Hey.
All right. First and foremost, you're gonna hand him over the 2 gold, I presume. Otherwise, he's not walking away at this point.
Oh, I thought the arrangement was if we get a yes.
Oh no, he wants the gold.
Yeah, he
up
wants the
front.
gold now. You
Alright,
either give him the gold
I
or...
give him-
Yeah, I mean,
give
you're,
him-
That
you're
is-
gonna get an audience at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah. Let me hear you go. I'm going from 19 to 17.
All right. I mean, come on. He showed you the gross hand.
Take
Yeah.
my strong hand.
I feel
Gross
like we
hand.
should get a discount for
That's
that,
my strong
actually.
hand.
Show us the gross part of your face. And you can see he sort of makes his way into the front door and disappears inside. And as he does, 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. 15 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. And 25 minutes go by.
Half an
Yeah.
hour.
Remember instances like this.
Trogdor's
Suddenly-
patience is rapidly running out.
He reappears, and you can see him sort of casually saunter out towards you and says, the Burgomaster does not have time today, but will possibly have time tomorrow. Perhaps you come back tomorrow morning at about 6 bells. And as he says this, you can see another figure emerge from the door sort of stand staring on at all of you, and this figure sort of calls out. He says, "Now, Ezek. We don't want to treat our honored guests this way. After all, they're local heroes around here. I understand we have you to thank for assisting Father Lucian with the return of the bones of Saint Andrel. Is that correct?"
Yes, sir.
And you can see sort of the slightest grin across this person's face as he sort of smiles at all of you and looks at Isaac and says, "You see, there's really no need to be so barbaric about everything. Why don't you make your way inside and see if the cook has something to spare? I'll handle entertaining our guests at this point." And you can see Isaac sort of looks over at the...
Go inside.
What?
Zolotov starts to move to go inside and then realizes, oh, not us. Okay.
Yeah. And Isaac, you can see him sort of look back at all of you, like almost shooting daggers, and then turns around and makes his way back into the mansion as the burgomaster now looks at each of you and says, "I apologize for Isaac. He serves an important role here in the town of Vallaki, but he's a little too effective at it. Let me make up for my failure to officially welcome you to town when you initially arrived, and let me welcome you now as guests of Vallaki. I am Baron Shit.
Baron Shit. Nice to meet you.
Baron Shit. Baron.
That's the best description for this town. I think it fits.
Baron Vargas Valakovich. Please, call me Vargas. Let me invite you into my home. Perhaps I could serve you something to eat. We could partake of some wine or some confectionery treats. My wife is happy to prepare them. Would you care to discuss your ideas for the festival? I'm more than happy to hear them and quite receptive."
Yeah, I'm sorry. What the fuck is this thing that I'm looking at?
What?
He's a totally honest and decent guy on the up and up.
Yeah, but
Is
All
that-
totally
is
honest and decent guys look like that. Don't you know that? No.
Yeah.
So
he
my
looks like maybe the Grinch never left the fucking cave.
So what
So
I
the-
want to do?
the insight check was to see why dude was so angry at being sent inside. Like, is he mad because we're close to the dude, or like we're mad because we're getting to go in when he doesn't want us to?
I think it's when you kind of watch his demeanor as this all happens, you can sense that he seems to have sort of been delighting in sort of intimidating you and gatekeeping here, and now he's kind of had his nose rubbed into it by his superior. You can see he's sort of resentful of this fact as he made his way inside. You know, I don't know how best to describe this guy, because obviously this is the animation right out of the book, and I did a lot of work to try and scour around and find, you know, different animations for some of the people that kind of would maybe add more depth and character to these people. But, you know, look at this guy as sort of a Lucius Malfoy looking guy, if that makes any...
He's just really pale because it's raining all the time.
Yeah. There's no sun.
And he did come out in daylight, so...
Well,
I mean, it's
Well,
overcast.
it's not daylight.
always cloudy.
Well,
It's what passes for daytime around here.
I think this guy might be a vampire.
But
Your
at this
mom's
point,
a vampire.
he does invite you all into
in
his
character.
mansion and sort of says, please join me and let us discuss our ideas. And let me truly express to you Valaki's gratitude for your efforts.
And
What's that?
as we're walking behind him, can I pull out the mirror and see if he has a reflection?
Yeah, okay.
Very discreetly.
As you pull the mirror out, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check.
That's what I wanted. Trogdor?
If I had noticed what you're doing, I'd give you guidance, but without you, if you're doing it super stealthily, I wouldn't notice what you're doing to give you guidance on it.
Oh man, I couldn't have said it better myself.
With his hand on everybody's back, right? Like,
Unless I'm just like caught every minute, I'm just casting guidance on you.
Well,
I mean,
you should just be watching.
You could
my
just
every
be
move.
cupping his balls constantly.
no shit. I'm gonna hold it for you while you pee.
Malagar, as you
Nice. Could you do that?
you kind of like reach your arm up into your pack and sort of pull out the mirror. You sort of conceal it under your cloak as you sort of watch it and you look at it, and sort of angle it towards the upper part of the Baron's robe, to sort of get a glimpse of his head. And as it slowly pans its way upward, and you watch ever so slightly, trying to make sure nobody can see you as you do this. You finally look back down into the mirror and you realize he's kind of going bald in the back. From what you can see.
You got some dandruff going on.
If any of you have seen that, what's that Viking show on Netflix?
Vikings?
Was it just like
I think it is, where it's
I think it's called
Norseman,
Vikings, yeah.
I think it might be, but
Oh, the
Yes,
comedy
that's what it
one.
is, yeah.
Yeah,
the comedy
Norseman.
one, yeah, where the guy's losing his hair and he's pissed that anybody else has hair.
And he begins to lead you into the house. Framed portraits adorn the walls of this grand foyer, which features a wide staircase with a sculpted railing. A long carpeted hall attached to the foyer stretches almost the length of the mansion and has several doors leading away from it, including one at the far end. Bundles of twigs are heaped against the walls.
Wigs.
The
Bundles of twigs.
And at this, he sort of leads you into a hallway and towards a room off of that hall. Let me see which room it is. Sort of into a den. Padded chairs and couches line the walls of this cozy carpeted den. The room reeks of pipe smoke, and mounted on the east wall is the head of an angry-looking brown bear. And as you all make your way in, you can see the Baron seats himself in one of the large wingback chairs and begins sort of packing a pipe, and obviously gestures to each of you. There's sort of a stand, and there are several pipes. It says, if any of you would care to partake, you are welcome to.
Best prices. Heroes of Aki.
I had to.
Yeah.
That's my cousin Shelly!
No. I'll grab a pipe.
Okay. And at this, as you grab a pipe, he pulls out a pouch from on the table and says, "This is Cavendish. I apologize, I do not have anything of the burley variety to offer, but I assure you the Cavendish has a very rich, very pungent smoke that you are sure to enjoy. Please."
Well, thank you for your hospitality.
He wants you to enjoy smoking his pipe.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I'll
Special
introduce
secrets.
my name is Stargo. As I grab the pipe, because it's only proper. Don't take things unless you know the other person by name.
Of course.
Fucking jammed your foot in their door last night. Right? Now we're talking about proper and etiquette.
He might not know that. It was me. I don't know.
And he gestures for the rest of you to sort of sit down. He offers you a small box of matches to light your pipe, Zolotov. And he says, now please, as he begins lighting his own and puffing on the pipe, he says, tell me of your ideas for the festival. I have a few of my own that I was hoping I could run past you.
Well, that's more Malagar's department.
Yeah, I think we ought to stare and look at Malagar now.
I'll just kind of,
Malagar. Malagar asked the Burgomaster that tell me more about the festival of why you put it on and what are the reasons for having it, and I can further help you out with better ideas if you give me more information.
Make a persuasion check.
Just to be clear, did you call him the Asperger's Master?
What?
Wait, that's what I heard.
I really feel like there's just a massive
me.
smoke cloud drifting between you and Tom's apartments right now of just weed and other various drugs that are just really, really making it difficult for the two of you to focus or hear.
No, I haven't smoked that much. That's probably the problem.
That's probably not high enough.
Obviously.
As you kind of start to plead your case to him, you can see he kind of starts to get a bit distracted as he looks over the rest of your group, and you can see him sort of looking both Trogdor and Barut up and down, and he's trying to be polite, but he's amazed. He's never seen creatures like this before, and you can see he's trying to sort of conceal his amazement and interest as you're talking, and he sort of seems to tune in last minute to what you're saying. He says, oh yes, of course. We don't need to go into great detail about it. However, I believe that, shall we say, filling the people of Vallaki with a sense of hope should prove its salvation. Surely you will agree. I want all within Vallaki to know that. You can see he's sort of in his own way sort of tries to take on a look of being inspired and sort of brushes his hand across his center of view as he says, all will be well. And this is the message I hope to purvey to all of the people of Vallaki, and it is my hope that I can employ you to truly help them understand that all will be well.
I've known these types of festivals to provide a decent distraction from the actual problems of society.
Ooh,
and
going straight for it.
It seems that while you may wish to simply pull them out of perhaps the more dire issues they face, as obviously it's quite difficult to solve these in any meaningful way, you lack a sort of flash or pizzazz, and perhaps that is something that our group would be able to assist you with.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check for Smoke there. And you can see he sort of strikes another match and begins to light his pipe anew again, and sort of, and he sort of stops and he puts his finger up at you as you're talking. He sort of cuts you short and he says, "I'm intrigued. Tell me more of this pizzazz you think you are able to provide."
As he asks that, Malagar throws a firebolt right into the fireplace.
And then
Okay.
Zolotov has a response as soon as it erupts.
Okay. Start by giving me a ranged spell attack.
Don't roll a 1.
Yep.
Roll a 1.
We're gonna call it a 10 to hit the fireplace.
Okay. It's a cantrip, actually.
Yeah, you should still be able
Yeah.
to click it. Should roll.
still
What
an
what does
attack.
it say? It says cast at what level?
So it's
It's a 0.
It's a
Oh.
cantrip, so you can't just say level 0.
Yeah. So it's just a ranged spell attack.
Okay.
Did it not? It should have added it to your attack menu in your attacks and spellcasting. Click it there
Yeah, is it
instead
on
of your
your-
spell page.
My spell page. Yeah, spell page.
No,
look
not
under your
not
attacks.
your spell page.
under your normal
Whoa,
attacks.
whoa, 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 whoa!
Normal
Four
attacks.
people talking.
Whoa,
One
whoa, whoa,
person.
whoa, whoa.
How
Okay.
about
God
five?
damn it!
Would a
How
fifth
come you
person
can't
talking
figure
help?
it out?
Okay, so what?
The page with all your ability stats and everything, like your main page.
I don't have it
Yeah.
even equipped it onto there.
Oh, it didn't add it?
It should have automatically added it when you put it in your
Let me
spell
try
book.
again. Let me try again. Cast 0. Submit.
God
No,
damn it.
it did not.
So if
Try
you
to do it level
if you
1.
delete it off of your character sheet and then go to, do you know where the compendium is on the right side panel?
Yes.
You can just search for Firebolt, and then you can drag and drop the Firebolt spell onto your character sheet,
Okay.
and then it'll automatically add it'll add it to your spell sheet as well as adding it to the attack.
Okay, and I drag it to the spells
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And
or
then it'll
cantrip.
still-
It'd be cantrip. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't matter where you drag it.
You'll see a white box appear that says, you know,
And after it gets added from the compendium, you should be able to go back to the main character sheet page, the core.
yeah, it would
and
be
then
in the
it
same
should be
spot
under
where you
there.
can see your like weapon attacks, and you'd click your weapon attack to attack.
Yep,
It'll
yep,
be listed there.
I'm trying.
As you can tell, we are not only a skilled and gifted bunch, but we also have timely
It won't let me drag it.
presentation.
All right, hang on, let me do this for you.
Do you have anything popped out? Do you have your character
Oh,
sheet
yeah,
popped out?
Not in yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, it's not letting me do it.
Okay, one sec.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't apologize.
How dare you?
God damn it, Snow.
Fuck you for needing to learn something.
You bastard.
I
Try to do
also
something cool.
I also have an idea of how to add some pizzazz to this whole fucking thing.
I mean,
We got a lot- there's a lot of pizzazz going on.
Like, yeah.
Because we're trying to.
We
I'm
could-
trying to,
Right.
to wow this guy.
We could capture a baby vampire and then host a huge Colosseum-like event where we murder the baby vampire and show the citizens that it is possible to kill them and
All right.
give them
You-
hope.
You could do that, or you could also flash your dingling.
All right. It should be there now.
Yes, it
There's
is.
Yeah, I'm betting most of them
giant
haven't ever
gap
seen a
between
dragon
those
dick
two
before.
things.
Don't
lizard-
Trogdor?
lizards have
Guidance.
internal ones. I don't know you're about to. I have no idea you're about to throw a fireball at the fucking fireplace, man.
Wow.
Oh,
And
Your firebolt cuts wide, and it actually begins to light the stuffed bear on fire. And as it does, you can see the Baron sort of jump from his chair, and he immediately like sets his pipe down, and he reaches for a bell and rings it. And you can see several servants make their way in, and he says, handle it." And
Malgar says, wasn't that pretty fucking pizzazz?
make a
So,
persuasion check with
with-
disadvantage.
Now-
The maids sort of return about 30 seconds later, each with a bucket of water that they dump onto the burning bear, which now is doused. The smell of wet fur and sort of charring smoke now sort
I
of
would-
pervades the room.
Tom has a question.
Go
Well-
ahead.
I mean, I did have a response after whatever he hit.
Oh, that's
Mhm.
right, you did.
He moved the
Go
fire
ahead.
to the fireplace.
No, I'm just going to extinguish the latent flames that are now there.
Okay. All right.
Just simply snuff it out. So they don't have to come in with water or anything
Alright.
like that.
So what happens is the bear starts a flame almost immediately. And as it does, Zolotov just sort of gently and comfortably from his spot on the divan, make an Obi-Wan Kenobi sort of gesture, and you can see the flames sort of stop out. And almost immediately, as the Baron begins to sort of stand up and take notice of the flames, he sort of looks back at all of you, and I would say the room falls silent, and you can see him sort of teeth on his pipe looking at all of you. And there's sort of an uncomfortable silence that moves across the room, and there's almost who's going to say the next thing? Sort of.
I hold up. Trogdor holds up his hand and makes a blue flame appear above one finger. He just says, "I have an idea."
That's cool.
Smoke just says "fuck it" and just walks out of the room.
At this, the Baron sort of eases back into his chair, and he says, "Perhaps we're taking the whole Festival of the Blazing Sun theme a little too literal here."
We are a very literal troop. I'm beginning to learn, actually. Yes.
Yes.
Weren't you looking for pizzazz?
Seconds later, the door snaps open, and you can see a woman sort of push her way into the room, and she says, "Is everything all right, dearest?" And you can see the burgomaster sort of puffing on his pipe, sort of reaches up and sort of tries to calm her, and he says, "Of course, precious. Just a slight bit of performative art here. Nothing to get worried about. Everything is just fine. Go, make your rounds. See to your garden. All will be well." And she sort of giggles to herself as he says it, and she says, "Of course, all will be well." And she makes her way out of the room, and the door closes behind her.
How is fucking Golem?
She does like
Okay, Smoke. What's the insight check for? Who are we insight checking?
We've now seen him do like the "all will be well" and waving his hand. So just kind of, seeing this is sort of like a spell or something. Like I've seen spell casts in the past, obviously.
It's definitely, as far as you can tell, I would say I wouldn't call this an Arcana check or an insight check. I would call this specifically an Arcana check, Ben.
Okay.
I mean, I will assist, or I can do it, but
Yeah, you could roll
It's
your
worse.
own roll.
It's so much worse. No,
It doesn't match any sort of type of spell that you're aware of. The somatic gesture isn't all that complex, and it doesn't seem to have the type of formations you would typically expect from a spell itself. You almost get the impression that this is sort of something like a catchphrase or a brand thing that he's trying to make happen. If you were to use the parlance of a mean girl.
all
He's
right.
trying to manifest destiny.
oh, he's not trying to make fetch happen.
I mean,
It was
aside
on
from our-
fleek.
There you
aside
got
from
it.
our party's considerable abilities, which we could provide as means of service to the city, we also have a few oddities, and I'll kind of like gesture to Barat, Trogdor, and Shade that may
Freak
provide some.
shows.
I said oddities, all right, that may provide some sort of entertainment to the people.
Make a persuasion check for Smoke.
So goddamn persuasive.
He
Really,
is. It's like
really
one of his
fucking
best things.
persuasive.
And as you kind of begin kind of making your case here, you can see the Baron sort of leans back in his chair and he starts to agreeably nod with you, and he says, "Yes, I feel as though our thoughts are aligned here. I think, given your recent actions in returning the bones of Saint Andrel, you are the perfect sort of figures of virtue that it would make the most sense to sort of raise on high. I would like to, with your permission, invite you as guests of honor to the Festival of the Blazing Sun. I would like to have you stand upon the dais with my wife and I as we exalt your deeds and your intentions and your efforts, and truly help the people of Vallaki understand that all will be well.
I accept.
Sounds like a very enticing proposal.
And he sort of sits back in his chair, and you can see he sort of contentedly puffs on his pipe, as you all seem to take to his idea. And he says, "Of course, the festival is in 3 days' time. We intend to all wear sort of festive tunics, brightly colored, of course, to help raise the spirits of the people. I'd like very much to get one made for you and all of your companions. If this is amenable to you, I would like to have some of the maids perhaps measure you, so that we can begin tailoring tunics immediately. Is this something that you would consider agreeable?"
Clean clothes?
Yeah, as long as it's government funded.
Oh, of course. I would not begin to ask a dime from you after the service you've done for the town. Please, by all means, this is the least I can do for you. I hope you might even consider this feast to be somewhat in your honor for helping us in our hour of need. Truly, with your help, we can actually make the blazing sun a reality and prove to people that all will be well.
Well, I should say that we're indeed honored to partake in this. We are happy to assist in making your village better, and indeed, all will be well.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Then after that, Malagar,
Wow,
he
come on.
Malagar notices. He's like, "Hey, you probably have the nicest home in Vallaki. Mind giving us a tour?"
Okay.
Guidance.
First things
Like, hey, I want to see your house.
So first things first, Smoke, as you kind of mimic the phrase, you can see a very contented, almost narcissistic grin crosses the Baron's face, and he says, "Your sentiment is very much on point, but I implore you, work on your execution. You can truly deliver it much better if you put the effort into it, and I think you can really convince the people of this town that all will in fact be well, and I think you are the perfect emissary of that message." And then Malagar, as you kind of make your comment, did you roll a persuasion?
No, I did not.
Do it.
With advantage?
No, but you have guidance.
I do. Would that have changed your mind, though?
No,
Just roll the fucking dice.
I'm an innocent bystander here, just like you are, man. Like.
Oh, shit. Hey, roll that D4.
Roll that D4.
My God.
And he says, I regret that the house is not in the shape I would like it to be if we were to entertain guests formally. Perhaps you'd like to join us, perhaps tomorrow evening for dinner, and that way we could provide a much more accommodating tour of the house and give you a much more deserving feeling of hospitality. Would this be acceptable?
I mean, after on a quick crit 1, I don't think I can really push the envelope very much.
And of course,
All well.
and
yes.
Zolotov is, as you try the phrase on, you can see the Baron's ego is bolstered yet more, and you can see him sort of grinning to himself as he kind of finishes his proposal back to Malagar. And he says, well then, if that's, and I dare say I do appreciate your flattery of our humble home, but I would say that really it's only so stately. Of course, we like to consider ourselves a little bit more in keeping with the people of Vallaki. The Wachter House, or the home of Lady Fiona Wachter, is truly probably one of the more stately estates here in Vallaki, but I dare say you'll find her to be much more boorish company than you would find here. Nonetheless, the invitation stands. Please, join us for dinner tomorrow evening, and I will see to it that you are wined and dined. I'll give you a tour of our home, and do anything I can to truly express the gratitude the people of Vallaki have towards you. And that way we can begin preparing for the Festival of the Blazing Sun, and we can, together, as a united front, prove to the people of Vallaki that all will, in fact, be well.
That is
So-
a most gracious offer.
I hold on. How can I do this?
He just pointed you at another target.
In Thieves' Cant, can I talk to Smoke and
I knew this was coming.
Mhm.
and ask him, should I sneak around the house while you guys are continue to talk with him and investigate the house, and like ask to go to the bathroom, but kind of get lost and look around.
Make
Not
a make
speak of.
make a deception check with advantage.
And I
Okay.
still have guidance, right?
No, you used it.
Trogdor's too busy saying, "You're all gonna die." And at this, you can sort of see the burgomaster begin to sort of frown at Trogdor. And he doesn't seem to take notice of Malagar's sort of obvious sort of question that he tries to phrase in sort of cant. Smoke, you get the impression basically off of the dialect of his cant is a little different from anything you're used to, but it seems to have the sort of same intent. The words sort of rhyme with the intended words, meant to throw the trail off for anybody who isn't familiar with the sort of jive. And you get the impression he's asking if you think it's a good idea for him to try and sneak off and perhaps try and infiltrate the mansion on his own.
No, I think we fucked up enough for one day.
Yeah, with
we've
all
been
the ones
invited
you've been
back
rolling.
for another dinner. We can take that opportunity.
Should we get measurements now?
A fabulous idea. I know our staff will need all the time to prepare your cloaks as they can. If you'd like, I can reach out to my wife and have her come in and direct the maids in measuring you for your robes. If this works for you, of course. I'm happy to provide some wine to make the experience more pleasant.
As soon as he says the word wine, Trogdor kind of
And then
Yeah.
I
swallows.
mean,
Oh,
that
my
does
ears perk
provide.
up.
That does provide you an opportunity then.
Wine being measured in a stroll through your wife's stunning, beautiful garden would be great.
What were you
Did you see a
saying, Nolan?
Oh no, just that does provide you your opportunity then.
That it does.
Good.
Well, how are they going to measure you if you're not here?
Well, you're not going to measure all of us.
They
at
have to
once.
measure all of us.
Because
But she got
If only
6
you had-
maids.
if we come
If
back,
only you had
the
somebody who could actually make themselves look like somebody else too.
I know we're going to find that person.
I don't know.
Oh
It would
yeah,
be
duh.
quite the skill.
I would just simply say in cant to Malagar then, Make it as difficult to measure you as possible.
Okay.
Give me a deception check with advantage, please, for smoke.
I got mage hand and invisible mage hand. I can make things very difficult.
Okay. You almost can't entirely pick out that Smoke is actually communicating directly to you with his cant. It's so well covered. It's pristine. It's perfect. You're like, holy fuck, man. I don't know where this guy comes from, but where they speak cant, that is some proper fucking jive talking.
That is.
And you take his meaning almost perfectly, and not a single person in the room has any understanding what you're talking about. And at this, the Baron sort of reaches for his bell and rings it once more, and you can see.
Jesus. Fuck. Sorry.
Yeah.
Your wife startled me.
Lady Petrovna now peeks her head in the door and she says, "Yes, my beloved." And he says, "Our guests here have agreed to join us as guests of honor at the festival. We need to get started on their cloaks immediately, and I would like for them to be measured. Perhaps some of your ladies in waiting might be able to attend to this. I have matters myself I must attend to as well. Perhaps you could offer them some refreshment while I tend to business, and then have your ladies in waiting see them out once the deed is done, if this works." And you can see Lady Petrovna sort of chuckles nervously to herself. Of course, I will make sure this happens almost immediately. And Baron Vlakovic sort of snuffs out his pipe into his hand and sort of wipes his hands over the fire pit. Looks up a bit begrudgingly at his recently burnt stuffed bear, and then turns around and looks at each of you and says, "I appreciate all of your efforts towards the safety and the protection and the goodwill of the town of Vallaki, and I hope that this is the beginning of a very fruitful and happy relationship and friendship." And he begins making his way towards the door out of the den. He raises his hand once more and he says, "All will be well." And
well, will be all, says Barak.
In Draconic, as I walk by, I repeat, "You're all gonna die."
you can see he sort of glares up at you as he passes and begins walking past nonetheless. At this, you can see Lady Petrovna now claps her hands, and several maids make their way in. They now have sort of the measuring spools. And she says, "Now, we have 6 of them, and we must get measurements for all 6. I am happy to take down the measurements if you ladies will do the measuring, of course. And we'll need cakes. What sort of cakes do you like?"
Meat.
Yellow.
What is
Berry.
what's cake?
And she sort of listens to all of your input, and she says, "Perhaps we'll need an assortment." And she begins explaining the need for
mineral oil,
mincemeat pie, some of the raspberry cakes, a bit of the wine, and any other meat products that may be lying around in the pantry of the salted variety. And at this, the ladies set to work, and within a few minutes, several trays are brought out, as well as those containing glasses of wine, and a large earthen pitcher is set before you full of wine with some crystal glasses. And within moments, you can see she's sort of directing each of you. "Please come stand. We will get your measurement now," as she sort of gestures towards Barot.
I do apologize. I was not expecting to be staying quite as long as we were, and I have been enjoying a decent amount of beet stew. Do you have a restroom, perchance?
So when he
Make a deception check for.
When he asked that, I also in these can't I talk to him and I tell him that I have a little bit of oil and I'm gonna pour it underneath the table and light it on fire and have a little bit of a fire go on so to cause a distraction.
I'm gonna do my best Johnny Depp from the first Pirates of the Caribbean, where it's like, don't do anything stupid, and then he gives away the entire fucking like subplot of the movie. He's like that.
As you begin to say this to her, she says, "Of course, please. I have to stay here and supervise the measurement. This is very important, of course. All will be well, as we like to say. But if you make your way out the door and to the left, follow the stairs up. You will reach a landing. Go around the corner and follow the stairs up once again. You will find yourself at the hall. Follow to the end of the hall, and just as you reach the servants' staircase making its way down, take a right. Fuck me.
Nope. That's the problem we ran into in the last campaign.
Yeah.
That's exactly the directions that we wanted.
Yeah. Master bedroom, closet, bathroom. Okay, there is a bathroom. How do you like that? Let's see here. But where? Oh, yep.
I'll tell you what. I'll find it.
She says once you get to the top of the stairs, follow the hallway all the way to the end. And just before you reach the servants' staircase, take a right. It will be the first door on your left.
All right, I got it from there. Thank you. I do appreciate this.
I think all the secrets are in the basement.
All right. It is 10:59, which means it's basically 11 o'clock. I think this is a perfect time for us to go ahead and call it for the evening, since we're probably going to sneak into some sneaky stuff for Smoke moving forward.
Yeah.
Yes, it's probably best that he actually is the person that fucks this up.
It's entirely fair.
Because I don't like we literally had nothing but failure when we tried to doing our plan on this. So
we also didn't have a shapeshifter, so
that's fair. That definitely makes it easier. But literally, I'm pretty sure Ryan accidentally he fucked up all his rolls. He basically beat the wife to death or something.
And then literally tried stashing her in the bathroom as the big guy made his way around.
He knocked her out.
What's he doing with that chick, with the wife, basically? So.
And then I was trying to sneak around the house. For some reason, both of us were trying to sneak around the house at the same fucking time. And it's I think somehow I almost got caught in him making an even worse fucking roll of trying to stash her body, distracted the guard from me. It's okay, this works. It's shit just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
That's funny.
Malachi, you need to change your dice color, buddy. You have rolled more ones than anybody else ever.
It's bad.
I was also
Hey, you need to be on your toes with that guidance.
I can't just fucking guidance you for every roll you fucking make, dude. It has to make sense for me to know you're going to do a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's also he has to cast a spell. So
every time you talk, just Trogdor reaches over and rests his hand on your knee.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's from a playing perspective, you can be real cheap with guidance, but from an actual role playing perspective,
yeah,
you really can't use it for everything.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun. In fact, I'm gonna probably start now penalizing you every time you do that. So I'm you talk and then you look expectantly over at Trogdor, and Trogdor looks sort of suspiciously back at you.
What?
Yeah. People are gonna think there's this weird thing going on between you two now.
I mean, we were found in the woods. Together, alone.
I am a lizard, and he is a dark elf. I mean, those are two
that's two peas in a pod right there.
Yeah.
They're very,
In What?
He-
You
fucking
ain't
he's
so
exotic.
normal yourself there,
He's-
milkshake.
he's-
You ever think about being weird for a living?
He's my Holland to my oats.
There you go. There we go.
Alright.
All right.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed.
Is that a
I gotta go to
that
work.
Action Johnny?
Like,
No, that
Action,
was
Johnny.
Randy the Astonishing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Might be
Alright,
the same voice actor.
I'll talk to you
Could
guys
be.
later.
Alright,
Yeah,
I hope
buddy.
you find your
Night.
dad.
Peace.
All will be well.
I'll... maybe.
You're all gonna
Oh,
die.
we'll do well.
You're all gonna die.
Okay.
you're all going to die down here.
I'll get my
Nick
wife
and
to come
Nolan.
up here and do that for you.
Do it.
That's
Nick and
alright.
Nolan. Have either of you
that's-
worked with Windows 11 at all?
No,
Uh,
I
There
work
you
for
go.
a healthcare